This is Sadistik Fornicator from Necromaniac,
This is Alexandros, the One from Necromaniac.
and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 3, Episode 112. And as always, from his studio deep in Tampa Bay, Florida, my co-host, Mr. Ed Webb. What is up, Webb?
Mr. Anderson, what the fuck is going on, brother?
Almost the end of October, and almost Halloween. This is our third Halloween on the show. I see you, people who can't see Ed, he's in his costume already. He has his Magic Mike outfit on. He's ready to go for to the Halloween party tonight. But, I had to get him back for something last week. He knows what I'm talking about. But, yeah, man, what's up, Mr. Webb?
Nothing. I see you're in your toga outfit, which is cool.
You know it.
That's
Trying to be
pretty
young
shocking.
still.
Too bad these people can't see that. But yeah,
Trying to be young.
it's Halloween, dude. It's different for me than it is for you because my kids are all grown up. So it's a little, it's different.
We
I
have
got
a
yelled
big
at.
party here, man, actually. I have to say, as you know, I live in a country that didn't or doesn't really celebrate Halloween, but it has become a thing. I've been here for going on 8 years. How about that, Ed?
Crazy.
8 years back and forth between Tampa and here. And definitely starting to see at the stores here in Lithuania Halloween costumes, Halloween displays and stuff. So at our house, as we mentioned last year on the show, probably, we have about 300 kids that show up here, if not more, because we have a whole big thing. We have animatronics, all the monsters, all the demons and stuff like that. And it's become a big thing in our neighborhood. Even the people at the stores know who we are. So we're kind of the freaks of the area. But, we celebrate Halloween. My kids love Halloween. It's one of their favorite holidays. So, looking forward to it. As you remember, Ed, it was a lot different when we were kids, man. Halloween in the States, tons of trick-or-treaters. It was a whole different world. Now you do a lot of those, which you actually saw, especially during the COVID times there in the States, the end of the driveway, right? Like people go to the end of the driveway, set up a
They were leaving
table.
buckets. They were just
Yeah.
leaving buckets, and hopefully you just took your fair share.
Yeah, that was a thing back then. And speaking of Halloween, tonight we're going to be joined at the end of the show by a friend of the show, a guy who's been on 3 times now. Creature Feature Hall of Fame host Count Gore. Anybody who doesn't know, he is one of the original Creature Feature hosts from back in the day, has been doing this for a very, very long time. He's become a friend of the show. Me and Ed actually grew up watching him back in the day. So, through the years, we've become friends with him. He was actually in Lithuania, which we'll talk to him about a couple months ago. I actually had dinner with him and his wife, me and my wife, got to drink some beers with the Count. It was a great time. So he'll be joining us at the end of the show tonight. So anybody who is interested in that, after we talk to the guys from Necromaniac, which I'll mention here in a minute, Count will come on at the end. He'll hang out for like an hour with us, man. We always like to keep in touch with him. 70s now, still alert, still doing his thing, not missing a beat. But Ed, it's always nice to have the Count back on.
Agreed. He's a staple in our history, so to speak, horror-wise, Bozo the Clown. I mean, it's just...
He wore many hats back in the day.
It is definitely cool to have him on because he's got a different perspective. He's an older gentleman and he has seen some things and he lived in the areas where, that type of horror creature TV kind of thing was going on. And I'm glad because, getting to witness, because they don't do that anymore and it sucks. I think kids would have such a great time if they woke up in the morning and didn't grab an iPad and watch something like what we watched growing up, because that's part of the problem, I think, today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, and we have Svengoolie still going, which is awesome, which I think it's still Saturday nights. I know when I was in Tampa, every Saturday night, I think it was like 10 to 12. I used to watch it every Saturday. And the thing with those hosts is, which we'll talk to Count about, which we've talked about with him in the past, a lot of those times you watch those, it was for the horror host. It wasn't for the movies, because most of the movies were kind of just, they sucked. So yeah, so we always look forward to having Count on. He'll be hanging out with us at the end of the night tonight, his 3rd appearance on the Tampa Morgue. Like I said, Creature Feature Horror Hall of Fame host. So you can't go wrong there. But we'll be catching up with Count at the end. So anybody who sticks around is interested in that, he'll be coming on afterwards. But first we have, which we actually opened up the show with, Necromaniac. We opened up the show with Daemonomantia. from the Sciomancy, Malediction, and Rites Abominable album that came out January 13th, 2025 on Invictus Productions and also on Ajna Offensive. It was a co-release. So we'll be joined tonight by Alex, aka The One, the bass player, Gorkas, aka Sadistik Fornicator on guitar. They'll be joining us here probably in about 30 minutes. Now we'll talk about some Necromaniac, great bands. Like most bands on the show that we have, I just started listening to the records, got into them. They put a demo out, a 7-inch, and just different than everything else you hear. Just a very, for me, caught my attention right away. So, and they also with that band, we're going to talk about the new record, but they even have a fifth member, a Stefan, aka Adaringer. He was born in Serbia and is known for his work with bands like Norway's Gorgoroth and a Serbian black metal band called Nazvenst, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He was also in a Serbian black speed metal band called Terror Hammer. Also a visual artist known as Chaos Dictator Design. Became Necromaniac's live vocalist last year when Sea Howler stopped doing live shows with the band. Has done 2 gigs so far with them, one in Finland and one in the Netherlands when they opened up for Mortuary Drape and Tormentor. So I wanted to mention him too. He's the fifth member of the band. So Necromaniac will be joined by those guys here in about 20 minutes. But Ed, it's going to be a long show tonight. We also got a letter that I'm going to read that kind of is more directed towards you. Maybe we'll start out with that. Guest-wise, I do want to mention next week we have Necroterror of Finland's Cadaveric Incubator coming on the show. We're always in Finland on this show. I think 2 weeks ago, Simo, a.k.a. Black Venom of Finland's Flame on episode 109. And Ed, let's read some mail here because, like I said, it's mostly directed to you. We'll do that. We'll do what we always do. We'll do the Tampa Bay Metal Museum promo. We'll do musicians who passed away, releases, and then we'll get the guys from Necromaniac on. How does that sound to you?
Let's do it. Long show.
Okay, Ed, I'm going to read this here. This email we received because the world of snail mail is pretty much done like back in the day when we were growing up. And this letter is from Jim from North Carolina. It says, "Hey, Morgue, been listening for about a year now. It helps me get through the Monday to Friday desk job. In all sincerity, the Tampa Morgue is the best underground show out there." I like this guy already, Ed. What about you?
He's winning in my book. Let's keep going. Maybe he'll keep winning.
I wanted to ask Ed, since he is a fellow bass player, what is his gear of choice in 2025? Also, when did you guys each play your first shows ever in a band? Then it says also, P.S., let me see here. The Chris Reiford interview I just finished was sick. It was a great episode. That was episode 49. P.S., happy Halloween. So, Ed, what do you have for Jim from North Carolina?
Well, Jim, thank you for the good words and kind response and the letter. I have mentioned this many times on here. I am a huge advocate of dark glass products. So I am currently using the new dark glass anagram. It is not cheap, but it is the best piece of gear out on the market. It's got everything you can imagine for bass players in one little pedal unit. I have always been, for probably the last 10 years, I use GK Gallion Kruger cabinets, and I also use a GK amp just for power because I use the anagram for all my tones. And bass-wise, I've been using Warwick and Spectre basses for a good little bit now. So that's pretty much that's my staple for gear. But I've used, as you know, I've had so many basses and so many pedals over the years. The Generic Crisis albums are riddled with different stuff, but the dark glass stuff has been the best stuff on the planet, in my opinion.
And for those who can't see right now, Ed is behind him is a shitload of gear. As always, whoever comes on the show and hangs out with us realizes this, but yeah, Ed is a gear guy.
And the one bass that's right there in that case is Mark Van Erp's from Monstrosity. I have it so it can get fixed. So I have a Superstars. If you want a real superstar, Mark Van Erp, I got his bass right here. I try to put my balls on it kind of like Step Brothers every night, just so, it's cool. Sorry, Mark, but it's just has to be done. But yeah, that's the gear I use. First show. Wow. I mean, if we're talking in a band, it was definitely with Eulogy because that was my first real band I played live. And it could very easily, which would be strange to say, but it could very easily be we opened or played a show with Monstrosity, or it could have been the show we did with Morbid Angel at the Masquerade. I think it would have been there. Or no, it was the Ritz. It was the Ritz in the early days. So it would have been one of those kind of shows, either a big show at the Mug or the Morbid Angel show. And we're talking David Vincent, Eric Rattan time frame, the domination. That's would be the era that we were playing, because Rattan was here and we would drive by every day and see them practicing, and it was fucking awesome. I mean, that lineup of Morbid Angel was killer. I mean, you got to admit.
Yeah, when was your first show with Massacre? I knew that at one time, but
11.
it was 2000.
Yep, we played at the Mug.
Time is flying, I'm telling you.
It's
And for
14
me,
years ago. Holy shit.
yeah, it's just, you think of like when we on this show, when we talk about like the Tampa venues, right? We go through them. Some of them have been closed for like 10 years now. Uh, it's just, that's when I get reminded. But for me, I grew up in Jersey, before even, you're playing in basements, right, Ed? You remember those days? Like
Sure.
that's what we were doing. I was playing in basements. I was started playing like 14 in bands, punk bands and stuff, and metal bands. But I think the first time I actually played, I guess what you would call a legitimate, like in front of people who weren't my friends or girlfriends in the basement, would have been a school talent show actually in Toms River, New Jersey. And yeah, it didn't go over too well. But I remember yeah, we did like Sweet Emotion from Aerosmith and Tom Sawyer from Rush. We were a bunch of guys who couldn't really play very well, so you can imagine but yeah, but it was a band called Meaningless Laughter. My buddy Jimmy Teodora, this guy Frank, and this guy Bob. Let's call him Big Bob, actually. And yeah, I don't know what happened to any of those dudes, but Jimmy I spoke to probably about 8 years ago. So that was my first time probably in playing in front of people. But I definitely want to thank Jim from North Carolina for writing us. We appreciate anybody who writes to us. You can always write us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com. And Ed, what do you want to do, man? Do you want to do the releases, and then we'll go to the musicians who passed away, and then the shows, and then we'll get the guys from Necromaniac on?
Yep. Let's get DMD on with the Tampa Museum, and we'll do his ad, his promo, whatever you want to call it, because it's coming up. It's coming up fast. So
yeah, and it's got a lot of shit there. I mean, old amplifiers. I know they had a bunch of Deicide stuff from back in the day. Banners. I believe they had an Executioner banner. Ed, you were there. I haven't been there yet. This will be my first time at the museum this year. But a lot of that stuff, like Brutality stuff, and
yep. And they're honoring. I mean, obviously they were kind of one of their guests of honor this year. Actually, I'm doubling it up because Monstrosity was also added as one of the featured bands, and I just saw they announced Deicide again.
Yep,
so apparently it's going to be an actual Deicide, like a full area for them, which is cool. I mean, because they have a lot of history here. So yeah, it's going to be pretty killer.
I wonder if they'll have the medallion from the first Deicide record, because I talked to Kling about that, and he still has that Benton, I heard. So that would be cool to see, man, because anybody who, grew up on these kind of bands or grew up on Deicide, we all know the medallion on the first record. I was told, and I could be incorrect, that he picked it up at a flea market back in the day. So I would love to ask Glenn about that, but I don't know if we're going to get him on the show, but that would definitely be a guest we would 100%, 150%
for sure. He
welcome.
would be great.
Yeah. So, yeah, but definitely Tampa Bay Metal Museum will be at it. So we'll run the promo now, and then we'll come back, and then we'll do the releases and all the rest of the stuff, and then we'll get the guys from Necromaniac on. So here we go. This is Death Metal Dave's promo for the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. In your face.
What's up, Tampa Morgue listeners? This is Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal, and I'd like to ask you to join us on February the 7th at Magnanimous Brewery, Seminole Heights, where we're going to have a killer display of Florida metal history. Backdrops, guitars, drums, clothing, you name it, we're going to have it. And it's pretty freaking cool, man. Come out and support the metal and drink our Tampa Bay Museum of Metal beer. And always listen to Tampa Morgue with Tony and Ed. It's just Death Metal Dave. In your face.
And that was Dave Allison, a.k.a. Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. And as I've been telling you for the last few weeks, to get more information, visit www.tampabaymuseumofmetal.com. There you will find all the Tampa Bay and Florida metal history. Dates back to 1982 and takes you to the current day. And if you're in town, make sure you check out the exhibit in February. And anybody who's new to the show, thank you for checking us out. And all of our old listeners, thanks as always. Also, anybody who is new, you can go back and hear all the old interviews we've done on the show. You can listen to them on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen to podcasts. You'll find interviews with Morbid Saint on there, Dave from Mortis Scold, Lee Payne from Clove and Hoof, some great Ozzy Osbourne stories on that episode. Gene from Angel Corpse and Perdition Temple. You have Henry from God Dethroned was on the show. We had the guys from Columbia's Witch Trap on here. Tony Dolan from Venom and Venom Inc. John Walker of Cancer. Ed Miller of Negative Plane was on the show. Ritual Butcher of Archgoat. Jeff Manish of Venom. That was a 5-hour episode. King Fally of Deceased. We had Eric from Goat Seaman out of Peru. We had Dovidus from Luctus out of Lithuania and Crypts of Despair. Terry Butler of Obituary, Death, Massacre, and Denial Fiend. That's an episode that has a shitload of metal history from Tampa. So if you're into any of the Tampa scene, it's definitely a great episode to check out. Nige Rocket from Onslaught. We had Paul Speckman from Master. We had Magnus from Aberration out of Norway. We had Heimland from Norway. David Howard Thornton, who played Art the Clown and all the Terrifier movies. Harry Quokinen from Hooded Menace and Hail Conjurer. We had Morgul out of Finland. Dawn of the Dead from Nunslaughter. Alessio from Violenter and Hobbs Angel of Death. We had Adam of Cardiac Arrest. We had Lord Sabathan from Morbid Death and Slaughter Messiah and Enthroned on the show. Revik from Mordant Red. Bobby Gustafson from Overkill was on here. Rob from Destroyer 666 and Lucifericon. Martin Missy from Protector. Luisma from Hemorrhage. We had Udo from Accept on the show. Dallas Toller Wade from Nile and Narcotic Wasteland was on the show. Blood Serpent out of Vietnam. We had Snowy Shaw on the show from Merciful Fate and King Diamond. Sergeant Salston from Deathhammer, Infernal and Odin of Disaster were on the show. Daniel Avenger from Nocturnal and Angel of Damnation and Black Priest of Satan was on here. Bunch of episodes, bunch more too that I didn't mention. So feel free to go back and listen to them. You can always contact us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com. We will reply. Best place for updates is probably the Instagram page. We do have a Facebook page too, but I would say for the most current, probably Instagram. We're not big social media people, but we do try to, keep that updated whenever we get new guests added and stuff. And tonight we'll be doing episode 112 with the guys from Necromaniac. We'll have the bassist Alex, aka The One, on the show. And we'll also have guitarist Gorkas, aka Sadistik Fornicator, probably in about 10 minutes. We're going to mention the musicians who passed away. We'd like to pay respect. And then we're going to mention the releases. Bryant Johnston, the American-born guitarist, died at the age of 50. He played with Morpheus Descends out of New York, Subconscious out of Indiana, and Mirathrum. Rasmus Henriksen, the Danish guitarist and bassist, passed away at the age of 47. He played with At the Graves, Demolition Inc., Die, Ill Disposed, Infernal Torment, Offering, Panzer Christ, Slow Death Factory, Trench Ripper, and Crow Cell. And last, I want to mention Will James, a Tampa guy. He was the drummer for Must Not Kill, Sawdust Vomit, and Level the Planet. Those are the musicians we lost this week. Now I'm going to mention some of the releases that came out in the last week or two, and then we're going to get to shows. And then we'll, get the show started. Ed, you could tell me what you have. Wild Times out of Cleveland, Ohio. They're a black speed metal band. Infernal Possession is the name of the EP. It's going to be self-released. Wild Times formed in 2020. First release was a self-titled EP in 2021. In total, the band has put out one full-length, and Infernal Possession will be the band's third EP. It has 4 tracks. It'll be available October 29th. Debt, the Finnish black speed metal band. The name of this one is Destructive Elite Terror, which is actually what DET stands for. I believe it's called DET. That's how you pronounce it, hopefully. But it's coming out on Dying Victim Productions. DET formed in 2022. First release was the Death Knight demo in 2022. Also put out a demo titled Vengeance in 2023. And we're on a split in 2023 also. This release has 13 tracks and will be out October 31st. Bastard Cross, the black and thrash metal band from Philadelphia, is putting out a record called Cross Ripper on Morbid Miserable Records out of the U.S. Bastard Cross formed in 2021. First release was a self-titled EP. Did a split with Black Knife in 2022, an EP in 2023. This will be the band's first full length. Members past and present of Atomic Cretins, Evil Speak, Skolovich, Faceless Hatred, and Urine in Her Wounds. This will be out on October 31st. Abominator, the Australian black death metal band, the Fire Brethren, coming out on Hell's Headbangers. Abominator formed in 1994. First release was the Barbarian War Worship demo in 1995. In total, they put out 2 demos, 1 split, and this will be the band's 6th full length. The band's core is Chris Volcano, who was with Destroyer 66 at one time, Denouncement Pyre. He's with Cemetery Urn. Him and Andrew Undertaker from Cemetery Urn, XB Style Warlust. And we should have Chris on the show next week. I've been going back and forth with Chris. He's going to come on. We tried to get him on this week. We had some technical difficulties, but he should be on here next week. So knock on wood. Grave Ghoul, the UK death metal band, putting out an album called Gruesome and Macabre on Dismal Fate Records out of Italy. Grave Ghoul formed in 2023. First release was their Living Burial Ground EP in 2023. Also put out an EP titled The House of Death Flesh in 2024. This will be the band's debut full length. It'll have 11 tracks. It'll be out October 31st. And next we have Cutthroat, the speed thrash metal band from Ireland. They're putting out their second demo. This is a self-titled demo. It's coming out on Iconoclasm Conquest Records out of Germany. Cutthroat formed in 2023. First release was a 2023 demo. The upcoming demo has 4 tracks. This will be out on October 31st. Next, we have Satan's Hammer, a black thrash metal band out of Colombia. The name of this release is El Despertar de Satan. Label is Iron Blood and Death Corporation out of Mexico. Satan's Hammer put out their first release in 2020, an EP. This will be the band's debut full length that has 9 tracks. Satan's Hammer features members past and present of Goat, Bloody Nightmare, Sorcerer, and Colombian thrash metal band Mortis. This will be out on Halloween, October 31. And Ed, what do you have for releases?
Okay, as for releases from my end, this actually came out last week, but I guess because we were on the back end of that episode, we didn't get to announce it. But a band that I've actually hung out with on the cruise, Corner, put out a new record, and it's the first new record in like a long time. I can't even tell you how long. It had to be over 12, 14 years that they...
What cruise was that? What year was that you guys did with them?
2012.
2012, okay.
Yep. That was a great cruise. That was the cruise that Venom with Kronos was on. That was their, that was a great cruise, man.
It's awesome.
We hung out with Atheist, Crowbar. Like it was a really, really fun time. I mean, the one we did that you came up with me was awesome too. Carcass was great.
Yeah.
But
Raven
doing it for the first time, like, and literally on 5 days notice or 4 days notice, I didn't have a passport. My passport wasn't going to arrive for like a month. And I thought I was going to be able to do it. But because it's a cruise, if you're American, your birth certificate counts because it's called closed loop, which means it starts and stops at the same place. So because it was leaving from Miami and coming back to Miami, I was able to go. And I was able to get off in the Bahamas. I just couldn't go past a certain point where you had to show your passport to get back. So we were able to go into the little town, which we went to a bar that was like doing karaoke and with all the dudes and all those bands. It was killer, man. But yeah,
I just never forget, like me and Ed are getting off the boat, right? So everyone lines up to get out early off the boat, basically. Like, everybody wants to get off of that thing.
We were in the early line.
We're in the early line, me and Ed, like I'm talking like maybe like 10 deep, 10 back to the exit of getting off of this boat. And we get off the boat, like we are totally like thinking we're heading back to Tampa, except I'd locked the keys in the trunk and then the extra pair were in the room and it was a total fucking nightmare.
Yep.
We were the last ones that left too. I remember everybody that was behind us was pulling out, leaving, and then we're just stuck waving, waiting for a locksmith. After being on the seas for how long and just drinking and watching shows and then being stuck waiting for a locksmith. I still apologize for that, Web.
Yeah. It was a good time, man. We still made good time getting back, so it was all good.
It was a good time, man.
But yeah, Coroner Dissonance Theory is the name of the record. Like I said, I was very it's very seldom that you hear a new record from a band, kind of like when we talked about Testament, and I'm pretty sure the new Maiden's going to be, not Maiden, the new Megadeth is going to be the same. Like it just has that vibe. They put out another teaser for another new song that's coming out, and it sounds like old Megadeth, and I'm like, man, if this motherfucker literally put out the best record and he's going to quit, but I get it. But the other one I have is the new Soulfly, which I dig Soulfly. I mean, obviously, I would rather have Max and Sepultura. I think the first 4 records, I guess all the way up to Chaos AD maybe was killer. You know, Roots was okay, but I think up to Chaos AD was like Sepultura. That
I
was where
still
they were
listen to like B Style and then like Schizophrenia. I still
great
listen to
records.
those all
It's
the
just the
time.
production was kind of weird, and then when they redid it with just him and Igor, it was really weird. But yeah, it's called Chalma, and I listened to it. It sounds like Soulfly. If you like Soulfly, you know what I mean. And a couple other things, man. I was talking to you about. I saw that Testament did a cover of Seek and Destroy,
Oh, you
and
sent it to me, yeah.
it's fucking. I mean, it's amazing, dude. Like Chuck Billy's vocals are so great, and to Giorgio's bass, because you never really hear Cliff. Everything sounds great. And that drummer, I don't know if you caught it at the end, he's doing those hyper fucking double bass at the end of the fucking song before it comes back into the last vocal. I was like, holy shit, this is great. And then Havoc did a cover of Eye of the Beholder. And I have to tell you, he almost nailed Hetfield's vocals for that style of and Justice for All, but the bass sounds like what it should. I mean, it's. I'll send it to you, dude. It's really fucking well done. I don't know why people are starting to do. I notice people are doing more covers lately. Um, so yeah, I mean, I was blown away by the fact that people are putting out good shit finally because, as we know, man, some bands just don't put
Just
out good
so many
stuff.
releases, it's hard to,
Keep up. It's
yeah, it's hard to keep up.
But yeah, that's what I got as far as that goes.
I just got a few shows that I'm going to mention, and then we'll get the guys from Necromaniac on here. I'm going to mention, we mentioned it last week, and this band has done a lot for us and hooked us up through the years. We've played many shows with them, and they've been nothing but good to us. So, of course, Obituary, the Florida Swamp Tour with Intoxicated, Castrator, and Cold Steel. And this venue is going to be, I'll see here, let me pull up the venues here. Destin, Florida on December 12th at Club LA. You see here, December 6th in Jacksonville at Albatross. And then December 7th in Orlando at the Conduit. And then December 12th at Gramps in Miami. And then the 13th and 14th of December at the Brass Mug in Tampa Bay, Florida. And you can never go wrong with Obituary. They are celebrating 35 years of Cause of Death. So anybody, obviously we know the Mug's going to be packed. That's one thing about Tampa, an Obituary show or a Cannibal show. It's just always packed. I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed. And then you have,
And who's who is going to be there too.
yeah, everyone's going to be there. It's it's a big party. I mean,
well, when I went to see him at Amon Amarth and Terry, because I bought my ticket. Everybody's always like, oh, you get free. No, I bought my ticket, man. Terry gets me into local shows a lot of times, but I definitely bought my own tickets for that because that's a big deal playing, at a an arena. But as soon as I pulled in, he's like, "Are you and Bryce here?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Cool. Find Robin after we play. I got VIP for you." And I went down there, and just the who's who was walking around backstage was just like, holy shit! Like,
yeah, when he says Robin, he means Robin
Jason,
from Gruesome
Castrator,
and
and
Castrator.
playing, that show too. So,
and the
I've
Ultra
been
merch
friends
girl.
with Robin for almost probably close to 35, 40 years. I mean, I've known her since I was young. I mean,
and anybody who goes on those cruises that we were just talking about, and me and Ed have seen it firsthand, and you see Robin running that merch for all the bands. It's something to be amazing.
She changed how the merch was run because it was so chaotic. Like 2012, it would be everybody running into that hall, and it was just like just a monsoon of people trying to rush. Like if you're at a concert, there's no rhyme to reason. And she's the one that, remember when we went on it last time, or I don't know if they did it in 2014, but when I did it with Monstrosity, you got a number. And there was a time that they had that your number was available, like for a couple hours, your number, you could go down there with this number. And it was to keep to where they weren't fucking getting crushed because it's just too much work. There are too many bands on those cruises and they only really want you to have a couple different things of merch, because if you have 20 shirts, it's just too much to keep up with, you know? So I know she came and found us and was like, do you guys got some more shirts? We're almost out. And I was like, what? And we brought everything we had. Like, I couldn't believe we sold out of everything. Like, I was blown away.
Yeah, she last time I saw her personally doing merch was at the King Diamond show, which you were at too, over in Tampa. And then I
Yeah.
know she was just doing Weird Al too, doing merch for them also. So, you know,
She's busy.
yeah, she's a busy person. But and then we also have Tampa Devil's Night, October 30th at the Orpheum with the Electric Hellfire Club. Kiss the Goat 30-year anniversary, has a satanic mass with Reverend Andy Howell. Also playing that night is Pontifex and Burnt at the Stake, and that is $25 in advance and $30 day of the show. And then, Ed, we got to mention, we played it last year in November in Tampa. It was the first show we had done since, I want to say, 2018.
I think it's November 7th and 8th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, here. It's you're correct, actually. It's November 7th and 8th at the Brass Mug in Tampa. It is Swarm Fest. And this year they have Perdition Temple playing. We had Gene on the show here. We had the next band too, Hell Witch. We had Pat from Hell Witch on here. Hell's Attack, which is a Hobbs Angel of Death tribute band, is playing. False Prophet out of North Carolina. Satyrine out of Jacksonville, Florida. Antagonizer out of Gainesville, Florida. Terra out of North Carolina. Swamp Tooth out of Florida also. Othalion out of Florida. Grave Filth is playing, another Florida band. Hatred Creation. Precipice, Three Knuckles Deep, Ramtha, Incinerate Us, Dark Ritual, Syndicate. And it's going to be 2 days, 2 stages. Location is the Brass Mug, 1450 Skipper Road, Tampa, Florida. And that is Swarm Fest. Goes on every year in Tampa, put on by Nick Goodyear of Promethean Horde. So, and yeah, Ed, I don't have anything else, do you?
No, sir. That's all I have.
So let's get to the guys from Necromaniac. Like I said, we have Alex, a.k.a. The One, who plays bass in the band, and Gorkas, a.k.a. Sadistik Fornicator, the guitar player, coming on. And we opened up the show with Daemonomantia, and then now we're going to play Subterranean Death Rising from the 7-inch of the same name that came out on Iron Pegasus Records, September 7th, 2018. And we're going to play that, and we'll be back with the guys from Necromaniac after this. This is Subterranean Death Rising. Be back on the Morgue. and that was Necromaniac. We are joined by bassist Alex, aka the One, and Gorkas, aka Sadistik Fornicator. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you very much.
Thank you for having us, brother.
I really appreciate you guys coming on the show. As we were talking about before, you guys actually have never done one of these interviews, so it's an honor to have you guys on, talk about the band. We really appreciate you giving us your time. And I know it's October, the end of October. You guys actually, where you guys are located at in the UK, do you guys actually celebrate Halloween at all? Is that a thing for you guys?
Nah, not really.
No, really, but we probably will end up in some club. There's one local here. It's called Helgi's, actually, and I think we will be summoned. I would probably be summoned there.
I'm going to see Fields of the Nephilim on the 1st of November, They always play on the summer and winter solstice here, and, I usually go to that. So Halloween, I usually go and see Fields of the Nephilim.
And you guys both, it's one thing about the band I do want to mention before we talk about, we always start out with a little bit of your guys' upbringing and history and stuff like that. But Alex, you're from Greece, born in 79, right? And Gorkas, you were born in 77 in Spain?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not one member of the band is actually from the UK.
No. It wasn't planned, but it just happened that way.
And what age did each of you guys relocate?
I was 21 when I relocated. I relocated in 98.
I was here since 1997, actually, and I was 18 or 17, turning to 18 or something like this. So quite a long time ago. I've seen London change over the last almost 3 decades now. So I've seen it in numerous forms. Quite interesting, and surprised to still be here and alive.
Yeah.
What, Sea Howlers from Sweden and Vlad's from Poland?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It's not unusual, Tony, you see, to have a mixed bag of people. That's how London works, really. So most of the people I know, at least, they're from all over the place, which is quite interesting also because you bring your influence into the music. I think that really helps standing out. We've got a lot of elements. I bring whatever I bring, even if it's an ID or an essence, it's from the stuff I grew up with, in my homeland, or the stuff I grew up with as a youngster. So I think that's really adds to the music.
Definitely.
Yeah. We all have different backgrounds. Obviously, we all got into underground music in our respective countries, but the scenes in each country were completely different to one another, because this is pre-internet era when bands sounded completely different to each other. Like now you have bands from all over the world and they still sound the same. But, back in the 90s when we were getting into this music, every band sounded different. So I guess that background of different influences, when you put it all together, is what makes it a little bit more exotic compared to other local bands with native British people, I guess.
I've heard all your releases. I think the actually only thing I have not heard is the promo, which we'll talk about. But I've heard everything you guys have done, the 7-inch. I've heard obviously the demo, and then the new album. You guys do sound different, and we'll talk about that throughout the show. And one thing I do, we always start out kind of in the beginning, as I said. And Alexandros, I'll start with you. What was the first piece of music that actually caught your attention as a kid? Maybe children's music or whatever, but do you remember the first thing, whether it's, AC/DC or some kid's song that caught your attention where you were kind of found an interest?
Yeah, I can start from a very young age. That would be Sesame Street cassette, but I wouldn't go that far, okay? But I would say, and I think Glenn Benton said the same thing, the Beach Boys, really, when I was very young. That was one of the first cassettes my mother bought to myself, so I really melted that cassette with some Rolling Stones, maybe, this kind of stuff, but that was a very young age. What really, I think, made an impact to myself is, apart from the usual suspects that you hear as a youngster, AC/DC, like you said, and this kind of stuff, I remember a friend from the chess club, because that was very much into chess when I was young. I was actually quite good at it, winning medals and cups, at the age of 8, 9, 10. And I remember one cassette that he gave me, and that's again pre-internet era. And he said to me, "This is a metal cassette. I don't like this music." And he just gave it to me without any band names, nothing. So obviously, you got plenty of time. Imagine early 90s, or was it late 80s? I don't remember what it was. And I was just listening to that cassette, and I had no idea what these bands were, But fast forward 10 years, you come across these songs, and I can tell you that that cassette had, let's say, Manowar, Thor, it had Crimson Glory, it had some good Alice Cooper stuff, it had a lot of these Yngwie Malmsteen, the I'm the Viking song, I'm a Viking. That song is an impressive song. So for me, I had this fantasy of like, what the hell is this? Like imagine you don't know any of these bands, you listen to all these classic songs, and you can hear I'm a Viking, you can hear Thor, and you can try to decipher, but there's no way to find out for quite a while between, let's say, 1989 or 1990 when I got that cassette, up to a bit later when the internet came in, to decipher what that was.
It's quite interesting that your very first metal tape had Manowar,
Yeah.
Crimson Glory,
Yeah.
because that's like very epic metal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can tell like that translated into the influence of your music with Macabre.
Exactly. I think that really subconsciously played a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that I would say is one of my first encounters. And of course, you see the stuff or you hear the stuff that, we all know and grew up with, like Metallica or Slayer or whatever. So that you knew what you were listening to. Iron Maiden, I knew what I was listening to. But that cassette was a mystery for quite a while. So, yeah.
Nice. How about you, Gorkas?
From my childhood, I was just basically, I didn't remember even having a stereo until like very later. But every weekend, we will go to my grandma's place, and my uncle always had the radio on, and this was the 80s. So I was listening to whatever was on the radio, and it was a lot of 80s pop. And the one thing that I remember that first like shocked me was actually we were watching the video on TV, the Thriller video from Michael Jackson. And this was 83, so I was 6 years old. And I remember being super scared of it. But it was on heavy rotation at the time because it was, one of the most popular singles. And every time it was back on TV, like my mom and my grandmother were like, don't watch it because you're going to be scared. But I still wanted to watch it. I like that feeling of being scared. And that's, I think, where I first got my first taste of horror, And obviously that translated later into getting into, darker music. But as for metal, it was Iron Maiden, Power Slave. Basically, I was visiting my cousins. They were a little older than me. And we were watching the TV, and they had the Europe Final Countdown. This was 86, I think, or 87. So yeah, I must have been 9 or 10 years old. And I was like, this is cool. And my older cousin just looked at me and was like, no, this is not cool. And he gave me a slap in the back of my head. And I was like, what was that for? He went to his room and he came back with this cassette. And he just looked me straight in the eye, serious, and said, you take this home and you listen to this. And it was Iron Maiden, Power Slave, and it changed my life.
Funny story here, actually. Did you get scared with the intro or Ancient Mariner, or not at all?
Not with the intro, but with the passage in the
Ancient Mariner,
in the middle section with the creaking boat.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my memory of this is like, obviously I was younger than you. Me and my mates who put the cassette, listening to these sections and putting the lights off in the room to see how long we're going to last. And I have to say, it's quite creepy. It's a youngster, because I must have been, I don't know, like 10 when I listened to that or something. It's crazy. So yeah, I am.
Still, Iron Maiden is my favorite one, to this day.
Well, Gorkas, you mentioned the Thrower video. 76, I was born, so we're all kind of in that same little bracket. Jonathan Landis did that video, from American Werewolf in London and stuff, and that was the same thing for me. It was kind of like that same deal, that same vibe as a kid. And I remember they used to play it all the time, and my kids actually now love it, which is funny because they're young. And you mentioned your cousin. So that was 87, I believe. You were 10 years old. You got the copy of Power Slave from him. And then is it true every weekend you were going over there and basically dubbing tapes off of him from his collection?
Yeah, every single weekend I was, getting tapes or taping over old tapes, stealing some of other family members' tapes to tape over them. And yeah, they were into heavy metal, hard rock, the typical AC/DC, Scorpions, Accept. Obviously, being in Spain, we had bands like Barón Rojo and Ángeles del Infierno, which were really popular heavy metal bands in the 80s. And then the fastest stuff they had was Halloween, Walls of Jericho, and Metallica Ride the Lightning. And I was totally hooked to that. As most people think Halloween now, but Walls of Jericho at the time, that was super fast and super heavy, Yeah. And but yeah, I kind of outgrew them very quickly because they were not into like heavier thrash like Slayer or death metal. And, you know, around 88, 89, I started to get into Autopsy, Obituary, Death, Spiritual Healing. You know, I started to discover death metal and Slayer, and I was going down more of that path, and they were not into this. So it's kind of weird because they got me into it, but then I outgrew them within 1 year, being just 11 years old or 12 years old, whatever it was. Like 89, yeah, I was 12.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys that. Were you obviously you mentioned some of those bands. Alex, how about you too? Were you also into the Florida bands like the Obituaries and the maybe
Absolutely,
Sabotages
yeah.
and stuff?
Yeah.
Absolutely, and again, you know, like first of all, I have to say, I'm honored to have lived that era because you know it's an incredible era,
Yeah.
and you know you're not force fed the music. You need to really dig and discover. And the amazing thing about all this is that although all these bands were from, for me at least, you know, I don't know exactly geographically, but from a guy from an island, you know, for me all, you know, it's from the States, you know, or whatever it is death metal. But every band sounded very, very different.
Yeah.
So the death metal of this band, let's say Dayside with Obituary, and I don't know, the early Malevolent Creation or whatever, you know, everything was sounding so different. And I find this incredible, you know, how on earth do you come up with death metal and you sound so, the variety of it, you know, which kind of got lost, let's say a decade fast forward from that moment. And, you know, that's why you dig different type of music like black or whatever it would be. But yeah, it was incredible eras, and I have to say, one of the compilations that really, again, from thinking of and remembering the younger years is, I would say, it's at Death's Door.
At Death's
If
Door,
you
I was
remember
gonna- I
that one,
thought you were gonna
that's
say
an
that.
incredible compilation. Every band, even the Christian band was great. Believer,
Yeah.
even their song was amazing. So
X
every
Order was
single
on
song,
that, Sadist. I mean, that was,
oh,
you know, I mean, I think
amazing
every
compilation.
kid. So maybe you guys, you know, think about that. Like now there's millions of bands, right? When we were all kids, like, you know, we're all 70s, we're all born.
Yeah.
When the death metal period came, we all kind of, you didn't have 5 million choices. You pretty much had the deicides, you had the obituaries. You would see these little pictures in the metal magazines of these covers, and you'd be like, what the fuck is this? I got to find out what
Yes.
this is.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what kids have these days because we all mentioned the same bands because that was the options we had. It was either, you know, you only had like maybe 10 bands that were coming out at that time. And I don't know, you know, and then you start finding, I don't know about you guys, we start finding the King Diamonds and the Venoms. You start finding the more occult side of things, you know, and that catches your interest. Slayer. What was the first record that you actually purchased with your own? The first one you actually went and got out on your own?
Well, obviously, I had a lot of cassettes before I even had a turntable. But the first ever LP that I ever bought was Celtic Frost to Megatherion. I just went to this second-hand record shop in my town, and I was just looking through it. You know, this was run actually. The guy who ran it died recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, but the record shop was still running. And every time I went back to my town, I would go and visit this guy. I had very good chats with him. He was an old guy that was into blues, but he was very open-minded, and he will let you, if you ask him to play any of the records, he will play them for you. And I remember I saw the cover, and I was like completely blown away.
Yeah,
And I was
Geiger.
like, what is this? And then I turn around and I see the band Pithor, you know, with the armor and the spikes, and I was like, holy shit, like, what is this? So I asked the guy, like, could you please put this on? And I put it on, and I remember hearing the intro with the French horns and the timpanis, and even the guy was like, what is this? It sounds like Conan the Barbarian soundtrack, but with guitars. And then, you know, within 10 seconds, I'm buying this, you know. And still to this day, and as I'm telling you this story, like, I'm getting goosebumps. That's how much I love this album. Like, this is, to me, like, this was my introduction to death metal and black metal, in my opinion. You know, a lot of people don't consider this black metal or death metal. To me, it is a black or death metal album, you know.
Which we will mention, it also plays a lot with the Necromaniac title, with from the fan club to the songs and stuff like that.
Absolutely, yes. Because their fan club was Necromaniac Union. But yeah, also the Mortuary Drape song, Necromaniac. Yeah, because they're two big influences for me.
How about you, Alex?
Yeah, I did have a lot of cassettes, obviously. So I was buying cassettes in the first stages just because of budget, obviously, and easiness, you know, quite easy to take, play, walk around. I even remember at high school, you know, having the, how do you call it?
Walkman.
No, the big one.
Oh, the
the
boom
Ghetto
box
Blaster.
on the
Ghetto
shoulder,
Blaster.
the ghetto
I could
blaster.
Yeah, I would bring it to the. I mean, I
That
was,
was important.
so I was going there to high school with cassettes, and like on every break there would be Tiamat's playing. There would be all this kind of stuff. But at some point, I was like, I don't want the cassette. I want the bigger format. Like I want to collect this stuff in a unique, big format with a cover and all this. So I think the first vinyl I purchased, if I'm not mistaken, is Triumph of Steel from Manowar, because again, that epic stuff, obviously, and the cover. Unfortunately, the vinyl had the the cover is not on the vinyl, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because that's the one
yeah.
that the CD cover
yes,
turns into obviously this
Yes.
small poster.
yeah, and the vinyl is just a segment of the cover, which is a lightning or something and striking. So it was quite disappointing, but that was one of the first vinyl, and it's great memories, man. Honestly, since
Yeah,
then, after that was the first one, and up to this date, I think I've got my collection is expanded to about 10,000 vinyl or 15,000 vinyl. I've got an insane amount of vinyl in my collection, and it's just a hobby of mine. I can't stop buying.
It's the
incredible.
artwork so beautiful on it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
we had Aberration last week. I think it was the week before that. And we were
Mhm.
talking about how that's how you judged and that's how you picked up records when you were
Yes,
younger. We were also
absolutely.
talking about how sometimes you made the mistake and got misled. We mentioned Bat Out of Hell from Meatloaf. You see that
Yeah.
cover and you're like,
Uh,
this is fucking
remember
great
when
cover.
Me and a couple of friends got into thrash and death metal. One of our judgment to see if we will pick up a record or not, obviously the cover, but also we look at the band picture. If the guys look pretty, it's like, no, this is probably gonna be wimpy shit. If they look ugly and mean, it's like, okay, this is gonna be heavy shit. And most of the time, that's how it went,
No,
Yeah,
definitely.
There's no other way, really. Or you
Yeah.
wait for the magazine and then start doing some digging. But most of the time, it's potluck and a cover or a name you've heard.
Word of mouth as well.
Word of mouth, yeah. And you
Yeah.
get disappointments.
Then tape trading lately.
Actually, I want you to talk about zines for a second too, because Alex, you put out a zine, right? The Ancient
Yeah, I
Tragedy.
did actually, yeah.
Zine in '90.
Ancient
was not early
Tragedy.
middle '90s, right?
That was middle '90s. I think I started working on it in 1994. First issue was like 95, 96. I just it was my ticket to start, communicating with the underground, because you had to reach out to get interviews done. And although my music wasn't to the standard I would like it to be, I was too young and was still working on it. But this element of communication with underground bands, big names and smaller names, really enhanced my tape trading abilities, and also, getting these contacts through you, because it's quite helpful. I don't forget I was coming from an island, the island of Rhodes in Greece, and I was the only person really there with a few other friends listening to this type of music, and there was not much. Luckily, we had a record store or two, and we could find vinyl and Slayers and Sepulturas and all this. So that was great. But anything else I wanted to get, it would either be a tape trade or it would be ordering from Athens and waiting, I don't know, a month for it to come through. Be it a vinyl or whatever it was. And this fanzine thing, I only had 2 issues out, and they would be accompanied by a cassette.
Yeah, 2001. You put out a cassette, right?
With the bands of the fanzine. So quite a unique. I would not necessarily unique, but I think what was unique about it was the fact that the interviews were a bit more on a live situation, because they were not necessarily snail mail. Most of them were done via the internet. 95, I had internet already due to my father's requirement for work. So so I was already on these platforms. I don't know if you remember Mirk, MIRC chats. Mirk.
No, we had AOL because I was doing
that kind of thing. Yeah. So there was channels with black metal, and that's how I met kind of most of the bands. Bands like Keep of Kalesin, who also released a cassette of theirs in the early years. Isvind, even Kamos, their previous band, A Mind Confused, if you remember. All these bands, they were on there, and we were just meeting them, talking, can I have an interview? And then just type it on there, and then translating it on that magazine, on that fanzine that I had. And the other bonus with that, it was full colored. Like I had, again, due to my father's job, he had a printer, and it was full color.
Oh,
So we were
bonus.
just printing out stuff and then doing it in my house, DIY. Don't even ask how much I spent on print and ink, but it was good times, you know.
It's funny you mention that because when I first started interviewing bands, it was the same way. I think Chris Reifert and those back in the day when it just started internet. It was by email. You know, it was
Yes.
Dawn of the Dead from Nonslaughter. That was the way back then.
Yeah.
And Alex, were you into any of the zines back then? I know Spain. I don't know what they had for selection for you guys.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was definitely reading fanzines and magazines and all this stuff, and I was trading with them, sending my. There's a lot. Nothing comes to my mind now from fanzines, to be honest. I mean, I know in Norway, Imhotep, that one of them, or the guys from Lamentation. They had the Wrath of the Gods fanzine. Some great stuff, you know. I still have them in Greece. I've got hundreds. I just don't have the time to go through it, but one day I will. You know, it's like I'll collect everything. So
In Spain, we had Drown Productions, which was a death metal label. Like back in they started in the late '80s, putting out demos, and then they started putting out albums by 1990, I think, or '91. One of the most famous releases they did was the Demigod debut, Slumber of Sullen Eyes. And the guy who ran the label, I think he used to do a fanzine as well. Might be wrong, but I think it was called Spain is Different. Although this is a long time ago, so I can't remember. But I did get an issue of that. And I remember there was a couple of small magazines also in Spain, Metallic Care, which had they were interviewing like, you know, bigger bands like Napalm Death or Carcass, which, you know, but then they also had a section for demo bands. And I remember, you know, they will just show a picture of the band, describe what their style was, and they will have the address and, you know, just send, you know, hidden cash, $1 or whatever it was. And I remember seeing the Dissection demo advertised there. But I didn't really venture to write letters abroad until a few years later. I was very young in 1990, 91. I was like maybe 12, 13 years old, I think I was. Yeah, I don't know. I was too shy to write letters abroad. And my English wasn't good, so I didn't write to people abroad until maybe a couple of years later.
And Alex, what's the first concert you ever attended? And what's some of the venues? You know, obviously you guys are from two different places. And what were some of the venues you were attending back then in Greece?
yeah, again, you know, being from an island, it's very hard to see these concerts. You know, so I did see a few concerts of local rock artists, like big names, but nothing you would know in Rhodes. But the first like big concert I went to was one in Athens in '97, I believe it was. I remember took the boat from Rhodes, took like, I don't know, 24 hours to get there. And it was Venom, actually. Venom,
Nice.
yeah. Venom with support bands Emperor, Rotting Christ, and some local bands, Divisor, I believe, and Order of the Ebon Hand, friends of mine. So, you know, that was actually the first time I think I went to, one of the first times. I went earlier to Athens, '97, and I met all the bands in person. I met a lot of bands from that era, made some good friends, because here's the thing, you know, you write your letters, everything is friendly, everything is great, but when you meet in person, sometimes it clashes. So I remember I met probably about 10 different characters. Half of them didn't work out, I have to say. Maybe some of them up to this date, but some of them we still got contact. So quite an interesting experience. And then that was the last experience I had, because from '97 onward I was in England. So
How about you,
and then I
Gorkas?
saw a lot of concerts from
Then you saw-
'97 onward. I can say I've seen the most amazing and crazy stuff here in London. So yeah, the first concert was in Athens, and then boom, everything else was in London.
Nice.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of crazy because the town where I grew up, like there wasn't a lot of bands. I mean, if bands tour Spain, like they will always play Barcelona, Madrid, San Sebastian, Basque Country, they will not come to my town. But for some unknown reason, the Ramones played in my town in '91. And they played in a sports hall that's just literally across the street from where my mom lives and where I grew up. And that's the only reason I was allowed to go, because it was just across the street. And I was only 13 years old. And seeing the Ramones when you're 13, I don't care who you are, like, that was impressive because I played for like 2.5 hours and it was non-stop. It was like a fucking bulldozer, like crushing your skull. It was like, you finish one song, 1, 2, 3, 4, next song, 2.5 hours like this. And it was like, when it finished, it was like, you didn't know what hit you. Like there was so much energy. Okay, it's completely different music. Has a lot of melodies, but the energy, that raw energy, because it's very simple songs, you know. To me, that stuck with me as well, you know.
And, not to sound like we're all old and shit, but like, now all the cell phones at the shows, right? Like back then it was not like that. Like what's your guys' views on that too? When you go to a show now, like I get a kid films one song or something, but now it's like there's just phones everywhere. Does that irritate you guys at all?
Very much so, yeah.
Another thing that irritates me as well is, especially when we're playing, is how static the crowd is.
Well, it's
Like, I remember like back in the day, people will go nuts, and obviously, you're feeding off each other's energy when you're on stage playing. And if the crowd is just like, staring at you, it's kind of, I don't know, it's hard to get into it.
There's bands that actually collect phones from people now before they play in the States. They haven't put them in bags. And I get it in a way, because in a way it's like, it is a distraction. You see it everywhere you go. Everyone's on their phones all the time and stuff. So Alex, we'll start with you. I know you're a bassist, but was that the first instrument you actually picked up, or did you start with a guitar? And what age were you, and are you self-taught?
I actually was lucky and unlucky, but from the age of 6, I was into music already, playing music in a brass band in Rhodes. And I think, obviously I was doing that for 6 years, playing the snare drum, like martial stuff, military stuff. Because it was like, it's a brass band for all the events that had to do with, the army, or with events that had to do with, celebration or whatever, funeral sometimes, this kind of stuff. So I will play, I believe it's 3 years on the drums, or the snare, martial, and then another 5 years on the trumpet, and anything brass related. So, which is quite funny, because you fast forward to the Necromaniac album and you hear that introduction. I played all that. So it's all, because we did try with a synth sound, for instance, and the problem with brass is that you can get the effect, but you won't get the velocities that it can give you. And I did purchase 3 instruments just for that intro, secondhand, but it was very sufficient, very effective.
A lot of takes. He did that. For a song it's only 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
It took a long time because he did a lot of takes, like overdubbing. It's like basically like a one-man orchestra,
Yeah. So it was 3 instruments. Yeah, trombone. That was a trombone, a trumpet, and a French horn, which I've never touched, but luckily I managed to figure it out quite fast, and we used it on the intro. So that core element of it, with notes and learning the songs by reading notes, that was my first contact with musical instruments. The guitar came much later.
That explains a lot when you hear the intro to that album. It's a great intro too.
That comes from influence of Celtic Frost, to make Ethereum. Yeah,
exactly.
No, that's definitely killer. And with guitar, bass, are you self-taught? Did you pretty much just, since you learned how to read all this stuff, you just kind of picked it up?
Yeah, to be honest, I really, once I started listening to the music, I had to do something in that music. It had to be an instrument or a vocal. That was my dream, You had all the posters on the wall. You're this youngster, you see all that, and you just want to be part of it, We had MTV, I could see all the videos, and I could see what I would like to do one day. So eventually I did buy a guitar. I think I must have been 13 years old. So a bit late to the party. Some people start a bit earlier, But that was self-taught. The first year was self-taught. And I have to say, for 12 months with the guitar and playing every day, I didn't learn anything. I didn't even know what power chord was. So eventually, after I left the brass band and started playing on the guitar, I was kind of pushed by friends. Actually, our bassist from Macabre Omen back then, Nick, to start learning the classical guitar, with your fingers instead of a pick. So I did do 1.5 years of tutorials with a lady, which again with notes and everything, playing Bach and Beethoven and all this kind of stuff. And I really didn't like it at all. But I'm very happy I did, because it really opened a lot of doors. I'm a master on that instrument now, and I think that's my main instrument, the classical guitar, not even the electric guitar. The classical guitar, I can play crazy stuff, and I'm really fortunate to have gone through that route. Just 1.5 years of that, and all the rest is self-taught. All the
That's
rest,
awesome.
anything else is self-taught.
Nice. And how about you, Gorkas? When did you first pick up the guitar? Was that your first instrument?
Yeah, guitar is was my first instrument. Well, to be honest, it's my main instrument. Like all the other instruments, I just like play a little bit, but can't really play them properly. I bought my first guitar when I was 11, I think. I wanted a guitar, and I started saving. Like my mom will give me a weekly allowance, so I started saving from my weekly allowance every weekend. And my mom didn't take it seriously. She's like, I told her, I'm going to save money and buy a guitar, an electric guitar. And she's like, yeah, whatever. And as the months progress, and she will see me that I would not spend a single penny, like my cousins were, going to the video games and buying candy, whatever. And I was saving every single penny. And after a few months, she started to get worried, like, oh, is he serious about this? I remember when I thought I had enough money to buy it, I went to the shop with her. And it was like a second-hand guitar shop, and they had this guitar on the wall with a Metallica sticker. So I was like, okay, that one. And I didn't have enough money, but she was kind enough to, pay the rest. And from that, I remember going back home and started playing it, and I was like, this is how little I knew.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like an electric guitar. And then someone was like, no, you need an amplifier.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no.
Amplifier and
So
power chords.
then I had to start saving money again for an amplifier. But I was like locked in my bedroom every day, just playing unplugged. I didn't even know how to tune it. Yeah. Somebody taught me how to tune it later, and then somebody showed me power chords, and I'm still completely self-taught to this day. I don't know how to read or write tabs, which makes this man's life a misery when I have to teach him songs. Yeah, I don't know any scales. I don't know what notes I'm playing. I know nothing. I just play everything by ear and gut feeling.
That's good. That's good.
I'll start with you, Alex, on this one too. We're going to talk a lot about Necromaniac, but so Alex, your first band was Macabre Omen. Was that actually your first project that you actually like metal wise?
There was something before that, but it's really nothing to talk about really. So just banging, like it had the guitars just, for a year doing noise, and it made no sense. So forget that. Then I made Macabre Omen with two other friends of mine, and that was my first band. 1994. I think 93 we started working on it, and the first cassette came out in 94.
You guys did what, 3 demos, 7 splits, and 2 full lengths?
Yes, we did 3 demos, 94, 95, 96. I would say, the 96 demo, Olympus, Mountain of the Ancient Gods, that's the cassette that really started containing proper music and proper kind of like songwriting, I would say. And we also went to a studio for that one. So I actually remember that, and I've said this story before, but we went to a studio. First of all, the guy came to my house with his portable studio, and we had the drum kit there. We had everything there, and we just recorded the whole thing live. It's just 2 songs, It's about 8 minutes or 7 minutes. And then we had to go to his studio to do the vocals. And I've never done that voice before, kind of, So I went there, pressed play, and I started screaming. And it's that kind of bourgeois type of scream, but it's very loud if it's effective. And I remember the guy had a coffee in his hand. He didn't expect. I don't know what he was expecting. He dropped the coffee.
Nice.
So I still remember that moment in the studio. Yeah.
And you also, the one, which is the black metal project you did at the start of 2001.
Yes.
What you did, 2 full lengths with that? Also 2 splits and an EP,
They
I
did
believe?
2 full lengths, a couple of splits. I haven't really done much with this for a while, but I have to just say that there are 2 kind of albums coming out at some point. One of them is a ritualistic type of ambient album, which again, what I've done is used a variety of instruments like we did with Necromaniac. So, and the reason for that is because I collect instruments. That's a hobby of mine. I do own about 100 different instruments, flutes, small drums, percussions, anything that's exotic and I see it, I just want to buy it.
You can't be married, dude. You have all these records and all these instruments. You have to.
Oh no, man! It's something I'm working on.
It's more like traditional instruments, like traditional music instruments.
Yes,
from different countries, different cultures.
So I think a skill I've learned, and by no means I can play them. All right, I'm not fluent in any of them, but an expert. But if I get an instrument, I can get a sound out of it, and I think that's very important and also very interesting to get that sound and create something unique out of it. So you will hear this album from the One. This is ready. Should be released, I think, hopefully in the next month. It's a ritualistic journey. Imagine Zero Kama, but on steroids. So it's got this Aztec kind of feel. I don't know how it came to me in a dream, and we recorded it, and it's about 25 minutes of music. So that's based. That's an album for the One, and there will be one last album, black metal album, but I don't know when that will be released. So that's it with the One. Yeah.
Nice. And also, I do want to mention you also did a band with Shrapnel and Matt Razor.
Yes. Good friends of mine. And actually, going back to what you said about the bass, that was never really my instrument. Really, it's the problem with bass is that it's not as enjoyable as the guitar. If you play on your own, it's not much you can do with it. You could, but you need a lot of fantasy around it. So they were looking for a bassist, and I had some experience with the instrument because of the solo stuff, but I never really played in a band. So they asked me. I think it was 2006, and obviously I knew who they were. I grew up with the music, Destroyer, 666, and also Razor of Occam. I knew the band. I've seen them live, and the request to join the band, I didn't take it lightly. So I think it was a 7-year journey with them, and we did an album, did some
tour with Absu.
Tour with Absu, yeah, I'll take that anytime.
That's really good.
30-day tour with Absu, so good experiences, very good experiences. I'm still in touch with the guys, so who knows if one day they want to continue and do something.
You also had a Dominion Productions, and you also were a co-founder.
Demonion, actually. Demonion. It's a wordplay. Demonion, basically Socrates. He had somebody talking in his head, and there was a demon in his mind. It's like his second half giving him direction. So, but also demo. My plan was to do demos. So Demonion. So that was the idea. So I did a bunch of demos and some 7-inch releases. Some very key bands, I would say. Like, again, going back to Keep of Kalesin, this band is obviously not what they used to be, but that demo, I think from 1997, it's got a very early Norwegian feel to it. It's an incredible release. And it was due to my kind of discovery of them that it came, it was released eventually. So quite interesting times, beautiful times.
Is there any other bands that you want to mention that are involved with it? Because you have a decent resume.
Oh yeah, you should check my resume then.
Yeah, you got a resume, man. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to mention that on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all there. It's all on Metal Archives, and sometimes I Google myself and I can remind myself that okay, we have all this, and then you have also the guest appearances, all these kind of things.
Just to mention the synth project we had as well. That was pretty good.
Yes, the ambient, so the dungeon synth. Yeah, so it's another thing that came out
before it was called that.
Yeah. So again, when I left Greece to come to London, one of my challenges was, okay, how do you plug a guitar and play here? You're in such a confined space now that you can't make too much noise. Where I was at university and all this, I couldn't really have an amplifier and play. So anything I would play on guitar would be that classical guitar, which I mastered even further. So I was making riffs on a classical instrument without making any noise. But to create and compose something, I didn't have the ability. So I came up with this dungeon synth project, half in Greece and half in London, and it's Corvus Nebulus. It's called. It was recently resurfaced because of the dungeon synth kind of resurgence. So it's been repressed quite a lot of times. Different labels have repressed it on cassette or vinyl. Livor Mortis, out of season from the States. I don't know if you are aware of them. And it's quite interesting to see that something that got lost and forgotten back in the late 90s, and typically nobody cared, has faced quite a lot of attention in today's age. So it's quite interesting to see. So that's another project of mine, Corvus Nebulus, and other bands. Yeah, I mean, there's a band,
Era Eternus.
Era Eternus. That's
That
a
was
dark
really good
ambient
as well.
That was quite interesting. Yeah. So again, friends of mine from different locations. France, Italy. And yeah, we got an album out that's dark ambient, death industrial, I would say.
It's nasty.
Nasty stuff, yeah. Era Eternus. Again, all this is like early 2000s. And yeah, during, before basically joining Necromaniac, was either sessioning or playing with other bands like Lucifer. I don't know if you know
I
the
saw
band.
that, yeah.
Yeah, Lucifer's Scythian, also from, based here in London. So it's all part of the journey to end up in this project. And I kind of knew when I got asked by Gorkas here to join, I was initially in two minds because it was getting a bit too much. I was just involved in too many things, and it's just not fair to join another thing and not give your 100%. But I did have a feeling that this would probably be the longer, the one that would last the longest. I don't know. There was something in the chemistry of us as a band and the music, and I could see the potential with it. So I'm quite impressed that is it now 15 years that
We've been playing together since 2011. Yeah,
yes,
14 years.
So quite impressive to be at this
14 years.
stage, and quite proud to have this album out finally after all these years of envisioning it, but having it now.
Yeah, it took you guys, what, about 11 years to write the record? In general, if you look at how long it actually came to when it came out, about that time period, right?
Yeah, we worked on it over a decade. Yeah.
Yeah. And how about you, Gorkas? What, for you, Necromaniac, what did you, what was your background that you want to mention?
When I was still living in Spain, I played in this band for a couple of years, 96, 97. I was playing guitar with them. We did one demo, recorded it on an 8-track recording in the rehearsal studio. Sounding absolutely horrible. I had no idea about anything. I was using a metal zone pedal in a Marshall amp. Instead of using the distortion of the Marshall amp, I was using the metal zone. That's
The
how
metal zone.
the guitar sound was horrible. The songs were horrible. We did a few shows across Spain, weekend here, weekend there. So I got my first taste of playing live, those were my first shows, playing in front of an audience. So that's also, part of the experience, what not to do, what to do. But yeah, that only lasted for a couple of years. Then when I moved to London in 98, and I started playing with another band in 2001 for another couple of years until 2003. And again, also I was playing bass with this band because they needed a bass player. I've never played bass in my whole life. And I didn't even have a bass. I remember they came to my flat, they brought a bass to see if I could do it. And it was just playing fast because it was like a grindcore band. And I could play fast. I can't play fast. So I could do
You
it.
can play fast now. That's right.
Yeah.
Now you can play fast.
So I did that for a couple of years, 2-3 years. Again, we did a lot of shows across the UK, a lot of experience of what not to do. Learn a lot about dynamics in bands, how to operate, how to interact with each other, how to, again, it's nothing that I think is worth mentioning names because it's completely irrelevant to what I do now. And it's, only a couple of years of each band. And it's not something that I associate with anymore. So it's part of the journey. It's part of the learning experience as an underground musician. And after that, I had a project, black metal project from 2004 till 2010, where, I couldn't find people to play with. So I thought, fuck it, I'm just going to do a solo project, Obviously, I wanted to find a drummer because I couldn't play drums, but I thought I can do the rest myself. I can play bass, guitar, and do the vocals, try to do the vocals. So we recorded a couple of demos with programmed drums I was doing a couple of courses of music production. And I recorded a couple of demos, never released them because that was never my intention to release demos with programmed drums. And around 2005, maybe 2004, 2005, a host from Take was living in London briefly, and we met each other and we became very good friends. And one day he was just in my place, and I was telling him about, I'm working on these songs, and he's like, "Why don't you play it?" So I just played on the guitar, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll do this. I like this." So he agreed to do the drums. So we had a couple of rehearsals in London, a couple of rehearsals in Norway. But I just kept rewriting like what was supposed to be the album that we were gonna do. I had like the full album written. Then I was like, this is not good enough. So I threw it away, started again from scratch, had another full album written. Same thing again, wasn't happy with it, threw it away. Had 3 albums written of material. And in the end, Taka started to get quite popular, and he was playing live a lot. He was getting very busy. I had one rehearsal with another drummer here in London, but then we started with Necromaniac, and I was like, I need to focus on this. And that's it. So that material was never released, and it will never be released.
Yeah.
And I never use any of those riffs again, for Necromaniac.
It's a waste.
Not really. It's not a waste.
Throwing all those records away. Now I see why it took over a decade to write the.
Well, look, I didn't have any experience of being a songwriter. I'm completely self-taught. So, it's all trial and error.
Yeah.
And, just because you wrote it and you recorded it doesn't mean you need to release it. No. If it's good, there is too much stuff out there. There is too much shit out there. You don't need any of my shit as well out there.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's I'm sure all of us have releases that we've put out that you're kind of like, I wish that would never came out 20 years ago. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you could say I'm a perfectionist, and this is why this album took a long time as well, because I also kept rewriting the songs many times. And we will go to the rehearsal room, we will learn. The guys will learn the songs, they will add their own things, and then we'll record it. I'll be listening to it, and I was like, actually, maybe I got a new idea for this part, and I'll be like, oh, not again, for fuck's sake. But in the end, the end result is what matters. It was hard to get there, and but they stuck with it. They put up with my nonsense, and they added their own ideas, of course, which I think is needed because I cannot do this on my own.
Yeah, we'll start with the beginning of Necromaniac. So how do you meet Alex?
So I'm playing a gig at an old place in London called The Verge. They did a couple of black metal gigs there back in very early 2000s. I remember I saw Demoncy there.
Yeah.
I remember I saw Bataille playing there. That was their first ever show with the Dorier, good friends of ours, shout out. And saw the one playing there. And at the time, he had Danny and Johnny from Grave Miasma, God Molester at the time. They were playing with him. And then, he's got a stall usually at records because he's got this distro.
Yes.
And I think we just got talking and put some music of him and just started talking. But I remember seeing Scythian, and he was playing bass with them. I saw Scythian a couple of times. I really liked their demo. It was really good. And I saw them a few times. And it was a gig at this venue called the Purple Turtle. I can't remember. I think you might have been playing with Sciomancy.
Yes, I think so. Purple Turtle, 2011, I think.
Yeah. I don't know, 2010, I think.
10.
That was a good venue. I remember seeing Negative playing as well. Shout out to them as well. Friends. I saw him on stage and I was like, man, this guy's got like fucking nice fucking energy, He was just like, the stage presence was like, he was looking at people in the eye and I was like, reminded me of Steve Harris. I'm a big Iron Maiden fan, And I think when bands look at the audience in the eye, like, like you fucking mean it. Like, I hate this new trend with bands wearing masks. Like, this shit needs to die. Sorry. But if I need to get one eye contact, between the audience and the bands, like, it's fucking metal for fuck's sake, So, I want this guy to play bass with me, because I was already working on songs. And, and I remember talking to him and he was like, I don't know, man, I'm too busy, but I can't remember if I saw you some riffs or some.
Yes, I mean, I received some material, and in reality, I just wanted to join. If I could join them, 10 great bands, I would. Why not? But you can't have all this and work and have a life, and like I said, I don't want to give less than 100%. And so the initial reaction was, I should not. But then you show me some more material, and like I said, I could feel where the other projects were going. I had this, I don't know, sixth sense. So although at some stage everything overlapped, I knew that this would be the next step and the right step. And sometimes it's good to, follow your gut sometimes.
Definitely.
I think there's also the factor that we're both Mediterranean. We're both very passionate, and we're both we're not afraid to say what we think. And a lot of British people take offense to that. But I think this is one of the reasons why we work so well with each other, because we can say this stuff to each other and we don't get offended by it.
Yeah.
But whenever we play with British people, like sometimes like people have got like easily offended.
Yeah, I think for me, as playing in all these bands in the past, maybe the stuff that didn't work out was because I can be vocal. I can also be non-vocal because I don't really say much. But if I say something, it's because I think this has a reason to be, vocalized. And doesn't mean that we don't have our disagreements, but quite a lot of times when I say something, we fast forward or we go backwards and we say, okay, that was really a key moment. If we wouldn't do this, we wouldn't get all that.
Absolutely.
And the unfortunate thing is that, like Gorkas said, some people maybe take offense, and maybe that's the reason.
Or take it too personal,
Yes. And then, he's talking too much or whatever. But at the end of the day,
you just want what's best for the band.
It's a band. So, if we're in a band, that's one of the challenges you need to overcome. You need to listen to each other, so.
Yeah.
It's like a relationship, you have to take everyone's opinions into consideration, and you have to find the common ground and work with that, And, for me, like, I value these guys' opinions because I know they're great musicians. They have impeccable taste. And if they told me, sorry, Gorkas, this riff sucks, then I'm like, okay, I'll go back home and write something else and I'll show you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
For me, that's a challenge. If they tell me, that's not very good, I'm like, okay, I'll fucking show you. Yeah. So it's good to have this. Like, I mean, you can't take this shit personally. Like, if you're taking this kind of stuff personally, why are you doing plain metal? Like, why are we pretending to be tough guys? And then you get easily offended about somebody voicing opinions about what you wrote. It's like, come on, man. Grow up better.
And it is like a marriage in a way at the end of the day with, you have these guys, you got to all be on the same page. There always has to be like someone with a vision at the end of the day, but like, it's great when you guys can all meet in the, kind of understand the vision and stuff.
Let me paraphrase something that the great Ronnie James Dio said, that a band has to be a democracy with a dictator for it to work. And those were very, very true words, I think. Because like you said, somebody needs to have the vision, but then, you need to give everyone their voice as well,
Well, you think about it, if you say Deicide, what do you think? Benton, right? You think Venom, you think Conrad. It's always like, you think the whole band, but there is that kind of figure, so to say.
Well, Steve Vassain writes a lot of the riffs,
he writes most of the material on that.
Yeah, true.
Man, those first couple of albums were incredible, and the demos.
Yeah, those first two Deicide albums, to me, like, that's, especially the first record, man.
Great stuff.
Yeah, just insane. You guys start the band up, and then so Vlad joins in 2012, right? Where are you guys rehearsing at early on? And what's the first song you guys wrote?
Started rehearsing January 2011 with another drummer, Paul Westwood. He used to play in Dissonance, great band, which had Ilya singing, which later joined Necromaniac. And Paul was a great drummer, really good. And I rehearsed with him for about 9 months, and we didn't have a bass player. We were looking for a bass player. Then I found him. He joined in October. So during those 8-9 months, it was just me and Paul. We had a vocalist that never really came to rehearsals, so we had to let him go. He never really wrote any lyrics or anything, so we had to let him go because it wasn't working out. And during those early months, like, I didn't have enough experience to write songs, so all of that stuff ended up getting discarded as well. And Paul was also busy playing with other bands, and I guess he didn't have the patience to wait for me to start writing material that was, good enough to be released. And I remember we found Alex, and I remember saying to Paul, I was just going to his place to show him the songs on weekends. And I was like, give me a few sessions with him, then when he knows the songs, he can come to rehearsal. And then Paul left. And I was like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
So then for another year, it was just me and him. Like, I will go to his place on weekends, and we'll be like jamming on guitar and bass.
Yeah.
And we found Blood in 2012, V Pestilencia. This is stage name. And we knew him from before, because we see him at black metal gigs. He was a good guy, good music taste. But I didn't even know he played drums. And then somebody told me, oh, Vlad plays drums. And I was like, okay. So I remember we talked with him, but he had only been playing drums for 2 or 3 years. And he came to rehearsal, and, we had some rehearsal recordings with Paul drumming. So there was a lot of stuff that he had never played before, and he couldn't play it.
Yeah.
But he was like, guys, I want to do this. He also saw the potential on it, and he wanted to do it. And it was like, guys, I know I cannot do this right now, but give me the chance. I will put in the legwork, and I will get to fucking play this. And we're like, well, it's not like we have any other options
That's
anyway.
the thing. There's no rush
He's
either.
he's a good guy. Yeah, there's no rush, so let's just fucking do it. And he works his fucking ass off, and he's become a fucking amazing drummer. And the way the chemistry, like the way we play with each other, I think is quite unique.
Is it hard to find like-minded people in the UK? Like for what you guys are doing, was it hard to find the group of guys
Yes,
that you guys
but
put together?
also like most people are already playing in other bands, So yeah, it's really hard.
And so how does Ela get involved in the band?
Basically, we were looking for a vocalist, and we couldn't find anybody. We tried a couple of people, but it didn't work out for one reason or another. And in the end, we had the songs for the demo written, but we didn't have a vocalist, and we didn't have any lyrics. And Ilya was a friend of ours. He was playing in this band called Indestinence, Death Doom band. He's also from Spain. And he used to write for a Spanish magazine called Hell Awaits. So we were friends already, and I really like the guy. I've been to his place. We hung out, listen to music, talk about music.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is it is a point where I said, we need to try this. And it's good that we went for it, I think.
Yeah, and he agreed to it, but only as a session level at first. But he wrote all the lyrics as well. And he recorded the demo, and then we all liked it so much, and he liked it so much that he was like, okay, fuck it, I'll join.
I think I had read in an interview, Ela also contributed to that bass sound on the first demo. Is that correct?
Yeah, here is the thing that we have to remember, that these early songs, although they were recorded in the studio, there was a sound to it. The recording was there, but on the post-production, he did assist in getting a specific sound out. Also on the 7-inch, from what I recall.
Yeah, he did a lot for the 7-inch as well.
Exactly.
He mixed
especially for the 7-inch, because that was just a bare recording with no feeling, no nothing. So the post-production element, putting everything and gelling things together, the sound of the bass, that was not, that's I would say is credit to Ilya. So yes, very, very good.
It's very good also with recording techniques and mixing, and he mixed the whole 7-inch. That was him.
Yeah.
So he did a lot for the band. He wrote all the lyrics. He did some of the recording, like the vocals were recorded in his home studio. The demo, we did all the synths. He did all the synths on the demo. And on the 7-inch as well. Yeah. So he did a lot for the band.
And the Morbid Metal demo, so we'll talk about that. I'm actually going to play a track from that here in a few minutes. First of all, the logo. Who does the original logo for you guys that you guys use on that?
I originally designed a logo. I'm not good at drawing, but I designed the logo just by taking this English font and adding spikes to it. And then from that, I asked somebody else to draw it, make a draw version of it. There was like 4 or 5 different versions until we eventually got to the one that we use now that was done by a Polish guy. But this was like a continuation of those previous logos. So it was like a, evolution until we eventually got like, okay, this is it, because the previous ones, they weren't there.
And the name Necromaniac, was that obviously we talked about where it comes from, the Mortuary Drape song and the Celtic Frost influence. But was there any others? Did you guys know that was the name you were going to use, or was there any other like names you guys were tossing around when you guys are first? Just
Tossing,
you two
I
are
would say,
jamming?
but let's leave it to that. No, I think.
Yeah, I don't think nothing was set in stone. Like maybe we had like 1 or 2 names that. Yeah,
They weren't quite right. This was. I think you came up.
yeah.
Great name straight away. I was like,
Yeah, as soon as I mentioned it to Alex, and he was like, "This is perfect."
yes. When you
Because
know, you know.
there's a Mortuary Drape connection and
Fan club for
the
Celtic.
Celtic Frost and Hellhammer connection, but also it's a name that that's what it says on the team. When you see this name, you know what the band is gonna be like. It just fits the music perfectly and the lyrical subjects.
And the name Morbid Metal too, that's kind of, you guys listed that as like back in the day as like that represents your guys' sound also, that title?
Yeah, that was taken from Samael. Samael had a song called Morbid Metal on their first album, Worship Him. And it was just basically because, back in the 80s and early 90s, what was considered black and death metal, what we grew up with, is very different to a lot of the stuff that's considered black and death metal. So we just kind of wanted to, disassociate, don't be compared to, a lot of these bands that are considered those labels now. And also, it gives us the freedom to not be confined to just one genre. Like, as long as it's metal and it's dark and morbid, we can play whatever the fuck we want. And I like that freedom because, I'm influenced by loads of different types of music, not just metal, but, I'm heavily influenced from, heavy metal, thrash, death, black, obviously, but also a lot of other stuff, like experimental music or, post-punk, hardcore and punk, gothic rock, dark ambient, synth music, classical music, soundtracks, a lot of soundtracks. I listen to a lot of soundtracks. So yeah, anything that you listen to influences you in one way or another, and you just take that mood. It's like when you talk about the influences, a lot of people think that you hear one riff and you sit down and try to write a riff that sounds like that. That's the wrong way of doing it. And a lot of bands do that, and to me, that has no artistic value. The true artist, you're inspired by the mood that the music creates or by the feel that the music creates, and you try to channel that same feel with your music. At least that's what I try to do. If I succeed or not, then that's up to the people to decide.
I would add to that it's even a photo can inspire me. Like I've made riffs out of a movement.
Films as well. Yeah.
I remember seeing movements or a person on stage doing something, and a riff would come out just from that. So that's the beauty with music. You don't just like isolate it to, okay, I'm going to play a riff that's a Slayer type of riff. You can make music, the mood, the imagery. It's basically soundtrack music.
Yeah,
soundtrack. Even if it's on a metal format, you see things, experiences, and that comes in the music as a soundtrack to your life, to your story.
Yeah, for it to be Necromaniac, it has to have that morbid, dark feel. It has to have that sinister aura, which is why, a lot of people like put us in this black thrash category. We have black metal influences, we have thrash metal influences, but a lot of what is considered black thrash is happy riffs. We don't do happy riffs. Like, we do evil, aggressive riffs. We don't do happy music, and we never will.
Yeah, and for you guys, how big obviously is the occult, vibe in the band for you guys personally, and on the music you guys put out? Because it's definitely, even from just the sounds, like you were talking earlier about adding the brass and adding this and adding that, there's definitely this vibe, right? Like when you listen to the full length you guys put out, I mean, there's just a certain kind of thing that goes along with it, a certain kind of aura. So how important is that to you guys?
Extremely important. Without it, we have no foundation, in my opinion. Because to me, like, the first time I heard Slayer, Helloway's, or Celtic Frost, to make Ethereum, that vibe was there, and this is the vibe that I want to convey with my music as well. Whether you're into the occult or not, the vibe is there. And that's undeniable.
Yeah. Also for myself, like growing up on an island, the times are different now, but back then there was a bit of an oppression with the church, and like a certain way that you should behave or believe in, and nothing against all that, because like Gorka said, I listen to soundtracks, I listen to Byzantine chants. I like the spirituality of that. Doesn't mean I believe in it, but there is definitely something dark.
You can also get influence from that.
I can definitely get influence from that. So there's nothing wrong with that. But what I do not like is, I want to live my life and explore my life, but then you have this big thumb putting you down, that you can't wear a shirt, or you can't have long hair, or you can't listen to this, or you can't say that. And that really, my punk reaction to that was not punk music, was black metal, the occult, going the other way and fighting it back. And that we're talking now early 90s in Greece, which was very different times. They would look at you in a very, very funny way. But I didn't give a shit. Some people are actually approaching my family. My mother, my father said, "Be careful of your son. He looks like he's going to commit suicide or murder." Didn't do any of that, so they were wrong there.
It started with the music, and also, as like Alex said, like a rebellion against authority figures and the church and this and that. But as you grow older, you start reading about it, and you start learning more about it, and then you get more into it.
Well, it's and I'll ask you guys this. We talked about it maybe last episode, but we lived in. You talk about the rebellion, right, between the punk and the metal back in the day, and being from the States, we're seeing this thing happen in the United States now, where they're like pushing like there actually are like the whole whatever. I hate to be not political, but political. Like they're pushing this thing now there, like this. And I hear bands backing it up, extreme bands actually kind of going along with it, like pushing this narrative of almost like, I hate to say Bible thumper narrative, but that's what's going on in the States right now. Yeah. Then I hear bands kind of like people that kind of listen to and respect as musicians, and you hear them being like, "Oh, this is kind of a good idea." Do you feel like the rebelliousness is kind of leaving somewhat today?
Look, it's very easy to do something just for the sake of being rebellious, or just for the sake of being offensive. I don't set out to do that. I just do what I want to do, and if people are offended by it, then that's their issue. But if there's anything we do that somebody doesn't like, it's very simple. Don't listen to the music. Don't go to the shows. Don't buy the records. That's it. Trying to censor a band because you don't agree with what they're trying to do with their art. I never understood that. Whether and this was happening already in the 80s by the far right Christian groups like the PMRC in America, and it's happening now. It's just different groups, but it's always heavy metal in general has always been ostracized and looked down upon by society, and it's just that those who look down upon on it have changed, but it's still the same fucking rhetoric that back in the 80s. We have zero interest in politics, and Necromaniac is not a political band. It's never been, and it never will be. Like you mentioned, like hardcore punk. Like I grew up with hardcore punk, and when I got into thrash metal as a teenager, it was very common for people who was into thrash metal and the early stages of death metal to hang out with punks.
Yep.
Because a lot of the metalheads, they hated death metal. They hated thrash metal. Or maybe they like Metallica, but they didn't like Slayer or Infernal Majesty. So I was hanging out with punks. I grew up with punks. I still listen to old hardcore punk. I used to go to squad gigs, So that's part of my background as well. But yeah, like I said, I'm not a political person in any sense of the word. Like, I believe in myself. I believe just doing your thing.
That's the best way to be, man. And I'm gonna play Underneath the Crucifix off of the demo actually here in a moment. So this was recorded at 2 home studios, or just on this demo? You guys did it at 2 different locations?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say home studio. It's a studio setup. Actually, the recording of that demo was done by Tom Vallely, who's the drummer of Macabre Omen. So if we talk about Macabre Omen later and you want to say any things about his drumming performance, he's also the guy that recorded us. And I think he did a great job for this demo.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So basically, he had in the garden of his house, he had like a big shed, but not like a like a properly built shed. And that's what he had the studio built.
Proper studio investment, actually. Yes, proper studio investment. Some equipment, but we got a very interesting sound.
Really good equipment, really good setup. And it's kind of funny. That demo was a lot of people don't know this, but I recorded the guitars on that demo with a really small, like Squire amp, like the practice amp that I use at home. I recorded the guitars of the demo with that, even though there was it that? No, it wasn't a Marshall. What did he have?
Angle.
He had a big Embel head with a speaker, and I was like, no, I'm gonna use that. And we were like, what? I just wanted it to have that raw old demo feeling, and I was like, if I use that, it's gonna sound too professional, I just wanted it to be nasty. I wanted it to be different to anything else that was going on at the time. I was like, if I use a big amp, it's just gonna sound like everybody else.
And you guys on the cover art for that too. That was a Croatian artist, Marko Margov.
Yeah, Marko Margov. Vatrais. I'm gonna butcher this.
No.
Croatian for Vatre Sumpor, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, he did the cover for that. I can't remember. I did the exchange with him by email, but I can't remember I don't think we gave him any ideas.
I think you did, actually. Something you were telling me something about you want this demon, and so you were saying, I think it's maybe he had something in the works, and I don't know.
I can't remember much about it, to be honest with you. But yeah, we ended up using, for the original pressing, we ended up using only one part of the whole artwork. I can't even remember why. And
better, it was the crucifix upside down. It wasn't a crucifix, right?
It was like a trident with snakes.
Yes, that's the one.
But then when we did the last reissue with Invictus, what was that, like 3 years? We decided to use the full artwork.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the time it was good, but I don't think the artwork really represents where we are at the moment.
I'm going to play, like I said, Underneath the Crucifix. And this came out on a label, Misako on Ojo Records.
For Records. Yeah, that's a label run by a guy called Jesus, who I've been friends with since 96. So yeah, we're way back. He's also Spanish, living in London.
Okay, I'm going to play Underneath the Crucifix now from this, and it came out on May 15th, 2015, the Morbid Metal demo, and we'll be back in a moment with the guys from the band. This is Underneath the Crucifix. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track. And that was Necromaniac with Underneath the Crucifix. And I'm here with the guys from the band still. And that came out, what, 200 copies, guys?
Yeah, first press, 200 copies in 2015. And then he did a second pressing on 2016. I think it was also another 200 copies.
And it came out on Invictus too, right? In 2021?
Yeah, because we talked to Dara about doing the album with him. And he had the idea, like, I guess he wanted to see how, what the reaction was, what the response was if he did the reissue before the album. And he was like, well, it's been out of print for a while, like, you want to do it again? And we were like, yeah, why not? And yeah, that sold out quite quick, all the times that it was released.
And there was discussions, right, with Iron Pegasus about putting out a vinyl version, but never happened?
Yeah, that's correct. But it just didn't work out in the end, We did the 7-inch with them, and the 7-inch was great. But we just wanted a label that with bigger distribution in the US, because we have a big audience in the US, and the 7-inch wasn't distributed widely in the US. So that's why I decided to look for a different label. And that's why the album ended up being co-released with an American label as well, to get better distribution in the US.
And you guys didn't, your first show too, I wanted to mention, you guys played, the first show was, I want to say April 16th, 2016 with Archgoat.
Yeah, it was Archgoat, yeah.
Archgoat, Kriegschor, which is a great band, also a good friend of ours. Scythian and Valkyria.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was our first show.
And how was for you guys to actually get on this? So you guys, now that's one thing we'll talk about too, is you guys haven't played a million shows. You guys, especially early on, you guys weren't doing much show-wise, right? It's like, how was it to get the first Necromaniac show out of the way?
Well, we have this quality of quantity, not just when it comes to music, but also when it comes to song. We had a lot of offers over the years, but we turned down a lot of offers, because we want to play with bands that we like, and we want to play with bands that they're going to bring a crowd, and, we're going to introduce our music to their crowd. I don't really see much point in playing shows in front of 40, 50 people, and most of them are your friends. This is cool when you're 20, but when you're in your 40s, it's a bit sad, I think. So we're very picky with shows,
How was the
It went
first
well, to be
show?
honest, and yeah, we gelled quite well. I remember the audience, it wasn't many people because we were the first band.
Yeah, we were on at like 5 o'clock or something like that.
But I think whoever was there, the feedback was good, and I think there was more good times to come. And I think every show after that was really, really good.
I even remember reading on a forum somebody mentioning that they thought we were the best band that night.
Nice.
Which
That was
I don't
what? That
think
was.
we were, but
I'll take that.
Take it anyway.
If one person thought that, then I'll take it as a compliment.
Because that was what, 2016? Was that the Grand Luciferian March tour for Archgoat?
I have no idea.
Yes, no idea, but it was a good show. I mean, good lineup, I would say.
And you guys mentioned Pegasus a little bit earlier, the Pegasus records, and that relationship started with a Pinnacle. Got you guys hooked up with them?
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Costa?
I'm still a big fan of Pentacle, and when we released the demo, Vanessa sent me an email saying that he had heard it and he really liked it, and asking if I wanted to do a trade, and I was like, wow, And we got the same actually from Jim Falubicki, who used to play in Angel Corps. Like, he sent me an email like, oh, this guy, like, I want to buy a shirt, and we're like, we haven't printed, and he said, we didn't think anybody would want shirts, So yeah, and we kind of became friends, kept in contact. We'll recommend each other music and all that. And at some point it was like, why don't you guys? Because I was like, oh, we want to do a 7-inch test, and it was like, why don't you guys do it in Iron Pegasus? And I was like, yeah, why not? So he got us in contact with Costa. We got the deal, and we did the 7-inch with him, and he did well. He pressed 666 copies, which in this day and age nobody buys 7 inches. So It's still not sold out, but there's very few copies left.
Very few copies left, yeah.
So if you want it, buy it now because we have no plans of repressing this. Yeah.
And Gorkas, is that your first time on vinyl? Because I believe, Alex, your first time on vinyl would be 2009 with Macabre Omen, maybe, around that time period at least. Gorkas, is that your first time actually being on a vinyl release?
Yeah.
How cool was that for you? I'm a vinyl guy, so for me, I know personally, it's like
it was painful because it took 9 months since we approved the test pressings until we actually got the vinyl. 9 months, and these 9 months were painful. But yeah, once I got vinyl, I have to say, like, everything in that vinyl looked perfectly. Like, it did a
the
great job.
layout's killer. In the
Like the layout and everything, and when I finally hold it in my hands, and it was like, yeah, that's my baby.
I already had vinyls out since '97, actually, with Macabre.
97.
Split 7 inches, and this kind of stuff. That was a thing back then. Like, it's no internet. You want to promote your music, so you get 2 bands.
Yep.
This is their release. But yeah, it's always good to get vinyl.
I still
should see
buy
my
7
room.
inches. Yeah, I still buy 7 inches, but I do wonder if it's. So I remember, 20 years ago, even when the Hell's Headbangers first started really doing stuff in the States, the Nunslaughter was always putting out splits all the time and stuff, and it was it was a big thing. But I don't know about now as much as the 12-inch, because if you guys remember, there was a period where the 12 inches kind of went away for people. People were just
Yes.
wanting CDs and stuff, and I was never.
Yes.
I always liked the 12-inch, basically because of the artwork. I mean, that was a big
Yeah.
thing for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, when we released the demo and the first pressing did well, Jesus from Mesaku Nojo, he offered to repress it as a 12-inch, but I said no. Because I grew up in an era where you had to earn your stripes before putting out an album. I don't have a problem with classic demos being repressed on vinyl because it's a classic demo.
Yeah.
But I don't like this stuff when bands put out a demo and then they do a vinyl pressing. Like, it overflows the market, in my opinion. Like, for something to be on vinyl, you need to earn your stripes, not just, we recorded first ones, let's put it out on vinyl. So this is why, again, like, Costa didn't want to release 7-inch either. Like, he was like, I'm not doing 7 inches, they don't sell. But I was adamant that I wanted to do it the old school way. First the demo, then 7-inch. And then, in my opinion, I was like, by then we will have enough experience to put out a killer album. Because I didn't want to just put an album for the sake of putting an album. I'm going to have to live with this for the rest of my life. And I already had previous stuff that was released that, I don't want to hear it. And I didn't want this to happen again, which is why it's taking me so long to be happy with the material for it to be recorded and released. So, in my view, it was like, no, we have to do this and this and that. And by the time, then I'll be able to come up with material that's good enough to be on a vinyl,
When you
Because I
guys
think
recorded,
it's a learning curve,
Oh no, definitely. And when you
But
guys
also,
recorded,
like, I think it's very important, this is a lost art form and we operate this way. Not many bands operate this way. We work our ass off in the rehearsal studio. And we put songs together in the rehearsal studio, and we
not just trading
trial and
files.
error and change things. It's like, all of these file sharing. It's like you can't create chemistry that way. Like, when you're playing together and feeding off each other in a room, that's when you create your chemistry, by playing for years and years and years together. And this is why there's not many new bands that have a continuity, because they don't play together in the rehearsal room for years, or they're constantly changing members, and the dynamic is not the same.
No, I was going to ask
So
you
I
that,
think this
actually,
is
so that makes
also a
sense.
very unique thing about this band, that we operate in the same way that bands used to operate in the old days,
And when you guys also record that too, you guys, it's kind of a pro studio for you guys, right? You guys go into, is it 2 studios you guys are in again for that one? And you guys are actually using the gear from the studio, so like kind of a upgrade from the gear you're using on the demo?
Is that 7-inch?
Yeah, on the 7-inch?
Yeah, we went to a professional studio in Birmingham, and we recorded the drums, the guitars, and the bass there. We used the engineer of the studio. We didn't see eye to eye with the engineer, We used it as a recommendation from Krigscore, our friend Steve. They recorded their Three Devils Dance EP. Shout out to Steve. He's helped us a lot throughout the years because he also got me in contact with Dara from Invictus. And, we just went there because it was cheap, to be honest. And we had this EP and I was like, yeah, it sounds good enough. And we didn't see eye to eye. The guy wanted me to record 4 reading guitar tracks, I remember, and I was like, no. It's like every time he tried to he wanted us to record to a click track, I was like, no. And like every single time he suggested something, I'd be like, no, that's not how we're gonna do it. But there's something that we did wrong with that 7-inch, but again, it's part of the learning experience. We didn't play together in the same room. Blood was in the live room and I was in the control room playing the guitar. And I think because of this, the dynamic wasn't as good as it usually is. But we learned from that mistake, and from now on, we always record together in the same room because it's just like playing together at the rehearsal room or playing a show. We're feeding off each other's energy, and I think that translates well into the recordings. And if you go back to the early days, how bands did it in the 60s and the 70s, they would just record it live,
Yeah. Some
like,
bands
I
still
don't
do it, but it's
understand
rare.
this mentality of recording the drums first and then putting the guitars later and everybody like doing their parts separately. Like, there's something there that gets lost,
I definitely
If a
agree.
band plays live, like for me personally, like, a studio recording should be trying to capture that live performance.
Feeding
As
off each
opposed
other.
to the other way around of manufacturing a sound in the studio and then trying to recreate that in a live environment. This is my opinion. Obviously, there's no right or wrong. People do ways different things. I have many musician friends who have studio projects and don't play live, and I respect that. It's a different dynamic. But for me, I prefer to work this way.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. And the organ intro on that, on Subterranean Death Rising that we actually played that earlier tonight. That was done by Guido Saint Roche out of France.
Oh yes, he plays in a French band called
Esegrin?
Isegrim, yeah. We got in contact first, I think it was through the Nuclear War Now forum. And then we started exchanging emails, and it was just mutual appreciation of each other's bands. And we'll just keep up to date with what we were doing musically. And he just liked the band, and he was like, man, I would love to collaborate with something, So I was like, yeah, if you want to do an intro for us. So he recorded it, send it, and we're like, yeah, sounds good.
I have to add, I used an instrument on there. It's a sensor, basically, which is, you put the incense and you use it in the church, basically. So again, these little things that you grow up in an environment where, it's primarily Byzantine or whatever. It doesn't mean, I believe in any of that, but it's part of you. It evokes something from the past. So things I would see as a young kid or experience, and it's got that element in Guido's soundtrack, and I think it adds some mystery to it. It's just a percussive sound, but again, like I said, I really enjoy experimenting with different sounds and instruments. I think it really gives a texture on the music. You got your drums, you got your bass, you got your guitar and vocals. That's a standard, right? But if you add something extra, it's quite interesting to see how that.
Look at a church
evolves.
organ. Look at the old Dracula.
It's not a church organ. It's
a sensor.
It's basically an incense. You put the incense in there.
It's like an incense holder.
And you go like that to the word of the spirits, I would say. But there's got some bells on it. On these bells,
it makes
that sound. Yeah.
But it definitely adds the atmosphere to it, and also like these little things that we add, all these little effects, give it a cinematic feel to it.
Yeah.
Because again, we're very influenced by soundtracks. He's also influenced by soundtracks. Film soundtracks.
That's what I was saying to Alex about with the church organ. I didn't think it, but if you look at the old Dracula movies, you had that. As a kid, you remember this church organ sound. It's a powerful sound. It might not be just because you're not religious. It's a sound that when I think of Dracula. I'll be honest, I think of Dracula when I hear this sound of those old,
Yes.
So I mean, you pull these influences from when you're a kid. It's I think it's definitely cool, and it works on the 7-inch. And you on this one, artwork wise, you guys work with Patrick Zoller. How do you?
Pharmacist. Yeah.
How do you guys? So first of all, like, how important is the art? Because I think this artwork. I love the next one too, which we'll talk about with the engravings and stuff. But this is great artwork on the 7-inch you guys had
Yeah.
on this.
As a matter of fact, it's one of my favorites of his. It blew me away when I saw it.
That's great. I mean, how important is? I mean, obviously, I kind of probably know this answer, but how important is the artwork that goes along with the music for you guys? And who are some of your favorite album cover artists that you haven't worked with yet, that you would have eventually can be interested in working with?
I think it is extremely important, because he has to. It's part of the art. Music is part of it. The artwork is part of it. The band pictures, like the fonts, the everything, every single details from the fonts that you use, everything has to fit to create this vibe. Because if you have very dark music, but then you have a silly cover, to me that kind of ruins the atmosphere. So it's always extremely important. But this is the same when we play live. Like the visual aspect, has the same somber feel that the music conveys.
Definitely.
So yeah,
Alex, you
some
agree
of
with
my
that?
favorite artists, well, obviously being a big Iron Maiden fan, the Derek Riggs back in the
Yeah.
80s. But yeah, again, going back to Megatherion, Giger, sorry.
Yeah.
The album cover is incredible. Slayer, Raining Blood, Slayer, Sort of
Yeah.
Heaven, LW, Carol, those two, like, still to this day, if I look at these paintings, it's like, this is scary stuff.
I just saw that
this
painting the other
this
day.
is the vibe that I'm looking for. I want the music and the artwork to give you that vibe of feeling scared, like, wow, what is this? This is horrifying,
Yeah, because if you look at Rain and Blood, even South of Heaven, that has a just dark cover. I mean, it's just there's a lot of imagery in that. That's just got some dark shit in it.
Yeah.
Alex, you feel the same way about that? And is there anybody
Yeah.
that you would like to work with?
Yeah,
eventually in the
absolutely.
future?
I mean, to be honest, because with my projects, I usually use photography. I want to go the other way. There's amazing artwork out there, amazing artists, but for my music, I enjoy having the image in my mind and then think on how can I capture this in a photographic kind of setting instead of a drawing. All right, like I don't know, I would see those Manowar covers, for instance. Again, obviously, you grew up with this stuff, and I'm like, okay, this guy's muscly. How can I become like this? So I would work out, for instance, and as you can see, you see that Gods of War cover. That's a photo. So I would work out. I would go to the element, to the temple with a sword, and capture that image, just to
Make
to
it
do
real.
make it real and make it different. You could do a drawing, but I just wanted to go that route. Doesn't mean I will not use any cover art in the future. I just don't know about that. But I'm happy you take the lead on the covers. Great covers so far. Even on the album, that's a different route we took. But there's a lot of good artists out there. I have to.
Yeah, I have to say, like, the artwork in the album for me is next level. And because it's all paintings, it has its own aura, and that kind of fits of the music as well, but it fits perfectly with the music, but it's giving it that extra level to me to make it more authentic. Because it's not a drawing trying to represent these things that we talk about. It's just taken from the actual source, and we're using that,
Wow.
And I don't know what we'll do for the future, but I kind of like this route. If we can find some other obscure paintings or wood cuts that haven't been used, like, I'm happy to go this route again. Because it's also a bit difficult when you rely on other artists to do your cover. You never know if it's
Wow.
gonna be like your vision, And
And now
also
the whole
there's
AI
the
thing, I
problem
mean-
that a lot of people end up using the same artist, and then all the covers end up looking the same.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, you see that a lot of bands, especially the thrash metal bands a lot in the 90s, you kind of had that vibe going on. And I'm really against, I mean, maybe I sound old, but the AI thing, I just can't, I just hate now that people are going to that route. Some of the bands I love are doing it. I mean, I hear it's, I don't, personally, I would never do it. I don't know about you guys.
Whatsoever. For me, it has no artistic value whatsoever. And to me, music is art, and art is a human form. This is made by humans, you know. If you take the human element out of it, art has no sense or value to it, in my opinion. Yeah.
And do you guys feel like, from the demo onto this one, we're obviously going to go to the full length coming up here, but do you guys feel like the second, on the 7-inch, you guys are starting to really feel what you guys want to put on, record basically? And also the band is an extension of each one of you guys, right? Is what you guys are kind of putting together at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Our art is our art is an extension of our personalities,
I'm going to play a song off that 7-inch. I'm going to play Sealed for Eternity from it. Anything you could tell us about this song?
Sealed for Eternity.
Yes.
That's an epic song. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say, really. Just play it. Unless you want to say something.
No, I think to answer the question you had, I think on this 7-inch, we knew that this is the stepping stone for what's to come. So I'm not, by no means is where we wanted to be, but I think it really represented the band at that stage to just start composing the ultimate release, which is the album, because I think this is the route now. This is, like you said, with the covers, also with the lyrical side of things. This is definitely where we wanted to be 11, 15 years ago, but everything comes to fruition via a certain route, and that's where we are now. So I think that's the first stepping stone, that 7-inch, but we are now where we are, and there's more things to come, I would say.
Yeah, I'll say as well that the main difference between the 7-inch and the demo is that you could start hearing more epic overtones on the 7-inch, like more of a grandiose vibe, which obviously will develop further in the album. But for us, from day one, we always had clear that every single new release that we put out has to be better than what came before. And I'm already thinking that our next album has to be better than the first one. And if I cannot beat the debut, we will not put as our second album.
So kind of the way I work also. That's it. But that's why you see these big gaps.
I was going to say, it all makes sense. This,
unfortunately.
But if you hear the new album, which we'll talk about, the latest album, you can see why. So we're going to play Necromaniac here, Sealed for Eternity, and we'll be back with the guys from Necromaniac. That was Necromaniac with Sealed for Eternity. And when do you guys, so obviously your vocalist moves back to Spain, I believe, after this release, right?
Yeah.
When do you guys realize that Eli's going to leave the band? Because he actually wrote the lyrics on the 7-inch songs too, right? Those 2 tracks he was also
He wrote the
responsible.
lyrics, he played the scenes, he mixed the 7-inch. He did a lot of work on that 7-inch. And yeah, he moved back to Spain. We tried to make it work with him living in Spain, but obviously for concerts it was a bit complicated. We had a couple of minor disagreements, just artistic choices disagreements. And yeah, he likes to do things his way, which I totally respect. My vision maybe somehow clashed with him in a couple of little details. And we decided to part ways, but it was amicable and we're still very good friends. And I want to actually say that he's just releasing a new album with his other band, Vina. He's got a new album coming out on the 31st of October. I heard it and it's incredible, so check it out. It's really good death metal, but it's very inspired by the old school, but it's taking it to the modern day. Yeah.
And how does Sea Howler get involved?
It took a while. He was living in London at the time because he moved here because he's got an English girlfriend. And we had met him before because of common friends and other bands that he was involved in. And I remember Vlad, our drummer, spoke to him about it and he wasn't sure. And actually we were trying somebody else and he was good, but his voice didn't really fit our style. And while we were trying this other person, and then Carl agreed to do it. So unfortunately we had to say to the other person that, we were going to take Carl. Carl was a perfect fit, perfect fit with his music and with his vocals and his lyrics, I think.
Yeah. And you guys did shows, what? So now when is his first show with the band? 'Cause I know January 2019, you guys played with Possession. And you guys played Black Witchery in 2019, which obviously is a Florida band. We know those guys.
Yeah. We played with Adorior as well. That was their comeback show. It was like
that was his first show with the band, was Adorior?
No, his first show was Possession.
Possession, yeah.
Yeah. Possession and Datus and I can't remember who else played. I think it was just the three of us, yeah.
I think there was more, but it's, so much things going on, I don't remember. But yeah, the Black Witchery was the second one, then the Adorior Secret Show was the third one, and I think a few more. I think for me the highlight...
Germany, yeah.
Germany was an incredible show, Morbid Catacombs.
Morbid Catacombs Fest, that was in 2019.
It's an incredible show.
And this is when we were starting to get, interest to play shows abroad. We played that show. The reaction of the crowd was incredible. And then unfortunately the pandemic happened, so we couldn't play. We couldn't even rehearse for a while. We couldn't play any gigs. So that kind of the momentum that we have managed to build, that completely killed the momentum. Yeah. So we had, we decided to stop playing gigs after that and just focus on the album. We did one show in. What was 2022 with Sadistik Intent, Sijin and Adorior again.
Right.
But we only played songs from the album and that. No, I think we played one from the demo as well. Yeah. Even though the album had not been recorded or released. But we were kind of, in the mindset that this is what we're going to go forward with. So even if it hasn't been released, we're going to play these songs live,
And when you guys did that show in Berlin, that was what, the Morbid Catacombs Fest, right? Was Witching Hour and Ghastly. Was that your guys' first time playing outside of UK as a band?
Yes.
No, not even outside the UK, outside of London. We never played anywhere else in the UK, just London.
And I was actually going to, you mentioned something a couple of seconds ago. I was going to ask you too. When do you guys start noticing the people you starting to get mail from like the people in the States or the people here, the people there being like, hey.
To be honest, as soon as we released the demo, like I remember there was a promoter from New York that wanted to bring us over when we released the demo. But it didn't happen for one reason or another. But yeah, since we released the demo, we always network. The thing is, I want to keep the old spirit alive of when bands used to tape trade and network with bands and fanzines from the old days. So I did a lot of networking when we did the demo. Like if I hear any demo from any band that I like, I will just write to them and say, hey, I like your demo. I play in this band. You want to do a trade? And, that's how we kind of spread the word around. And then other people wrote to us like, hey, I play in that band. I really like your demo. And, I still try to do trades here and there these days, not so much anymore, because it's difficult with vinyl and all that, the postage cost and
shipping and all that
it's,
shit now.
but I think the networking side of things in the underground is lost now with social media. And I think that's sad because, all this just liking it and making a short comment, you don't build the relationships that you used to build when you were writing letters to each other or emails,
Wow.
And some of these relationships, they turn into lifelong friendships, You don't build that through Instagram likes,
It's kind of how we do this show. We actually bring on bands we like. Like we get, I mean, I can't tell you how many publicists email us saying, hey, do you want this band? But no, if we're not into it, we kind of, bands we bring on here is bands that like, you guys are a perfect example. Like I heard you guys, I thought what you guys were doing was not only killer, but different, and it's very hard to find something different these days. It's like a lot of things kind of same road.
We always tried very hard to find our own sound and to sound different, and this is a problem that, there's a lot of stuff now that all sounds the same. And for me, it's very sad. And, like Alexandros was talking early on, like when he first got into the death metal scene from Florida, even though it was the same state, and, everybody sounded different. Now you have bands from different countries that sound the fucking same.
Wow.
So we work really hard to, and yeah, you can hear our influences, but there is no band out there that sounds like Necromaniac.
Yeah.
And if there is, please let me know.
Here comes the keyboard people. And you guys start writing. So, I'll ask you about this too, because I don't know so I've heard about this. You guys do the promo demo, right? Which is the promo tape, 21 copies. You guys recorded it in 2023. And was there like, you guys had it like on purpose though, to stop people from spreading it? It was like what, listed at like 666 euros at one time. There was like a limited amount of downloads or some shit like that.
Yeah, that was just to fuck with people. Basically, we just recorded the rehearsal demo just to showcase the new material to the labels for the album. And we did it with our friend Amadeus, who plays in bass in Great Miasma, and he also plays in another band called I Heart. And he also helps me a lot by recording home demos and stuff. He's really tech savvy, and I'm not. So shout out to Amadeus, good friend. He's helped us a lot. So we did it with him, and man, we were like, this sounds great. And I was like, well, it's been 13 years since we started the band. Why don't we just do like limited cassette, just like 20 copies, just give it to friends, that's it. And, we can put it on the internet for people. People can hear it on our Bandcamp page, but you cannot download it.
Oh.
So it was like the reason why we put 666 as a price, because I didn't want it to end on YouTube and all that. So you want to hear it, you can hear it, but just come to our Bandcamp page, But yeah, we wanted it to be something special just for the people that have helped us throughout the years, We didn't sell them. We just gave them away.
Yeah. It's the first recording with Sea Howler also for you guys on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and Gorkas, how does this work? So you write the music, like you write the music at home or wherever you're at, and then you bring it to Vlad, Alex, and then Sea Howler, and then you guys kind of put it together, and then Sea Howler kind of figures out his vocal arrangements and the lyrics and stuff like that. And how is the difference lyrically? Because, you went from one guy writing the lyrics, and I've read that Carl's very well read and all these things like for this, and like, how was the progression when you go from one lyricist to the other? Because I know lyrics are important to you guys. I've actually read, I think you said, Gorkas, that the lyrics are almost as important as the music.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, again, it's all about trying to convey a certain feel and a certain vibe and a certain aura. And, if the lyrics convey that on their own, then when you add music that conveys that on its own as well, and this is the way we write. Like, we write the music first, and then he listens to the music. We record the rehearsals, send it to him. Once the song. First, I write the music alone at home. Then we work together on either the rehearsal, and then, Alex and me come up with the bass parts. Blood comes out with the drums, and then we see what works, what doesn't. There's a lot of trial and error. We record every rehearsal, listen to it over and over and over again. And then we're like, okay, maybe this part drags a little bit, or maybe that section needs to be extended. And sometimes Carl might ask, I need more vocals here. Can you play this 2 more times or whatever? But it's all very organic. And, it's all, everybody contributes their own ideas. And, if somebody says, no, I don't like this, okay, we'll change it. Fuck it. There's no point arguing. Like, we all know how it has to sound. We all have high standards. So I trust these guys. If they tell me this is not good, then I'm thinking, okay, it's very easy when you write something to be attached to it.
Yeah.
But it's good to have the perspective of somebody who sees it as an outsider. And then if they tell you, okay, this is not giving me the right vibe, then you're like, okay, then I need to change it, But yeah, it's everybody contributes, and the lyrics, I think Carl he's heavily involved, invested in the occult. He writes for he works for one of the biggest occult and esoteric bookshops in Europe, and he's written a book as well. And he's done a lot of practice throughout the years as well. So he knows what he's writing about. And I think his lyrics add a lot.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like if without even hearing one single note, if you just read those lyrics, the vibe is there.
And his vocal presence. And now let's talk about the new record. So you guys, the latest record, I should say, that came out, January 13th, 2025, Sciomancy, Malediction, and Rites Abominable. How did you guys, where did the title come from?
Well, that was Carl, But yeah, it's basically, because most of the lyrics are about necromancy are just taken from different cultures and different mythologies or traditions,
And you guys are working with Invictus on that again. It's a co-release, this one, though. Right, you guys also did it with the Ajna.
Invictus in Europe and the Ajna offensive in North America.
Yeah, and Invictus
before, we wanted because I was noticing a lot of we had a lot of fans in North America, so I wanted good distribution in North America. So I suggested it to Dara because I knew he already worked with Tyler from Ajna on the Negative Plane releases. And he agreed because, obviously for them, they share some of the cost as well. And, I think it's beneficial for everybody, It's beneficial for the labels, it's beneficial for the band because you get better distribution.
And these days, it's so, I'll ask both you guys, it's Alex, I'll even ask you first, when a release comes out these days, no matter what it is, whether it's an underground release or whether it's Testament, whatever, I feel like there's like a 2-week period, right, where people just cling on to this album, whatever it is, and then it's kind of pushed because there's, as we mentioned at the beginning of the interview, there's 50 releases. I read releases every week on the show, and there's just shitloads of them. Do you guys feel like that is something you guys notice too, that when a record comes out, I talk more, I guess, you would talk about the Testaments and Megadeth because that's what we see in our face all the time, but it's pushed, and then it's just gone. Where back in the day, you go back to Rain and Blood or South to Heaven, you listen to it 1,000,000 times back then. Now it's like a
it's a mistake by the labels, by the bands, by the fans. Everything's expendable. And this is where, after, Napster and 2000s and all this, that's for me where it started dying out a bit. And don't get me wrong, some fantastic albums and still some fantastic albums, but you really need to do the homework. You need to do the digging. And if you don't, then you will end up with this. You will listen to something, you will be ecstatic for a week, and then it's just gone and disappeared. And that's also why bands keep on releasing things to stay relevant. And I believe that if everybody would take a different approach, including labels, including bands, and say, okay, I don't need to release an album every year to stay relevant. I will release a very good album every 10 years, and I will be relevant throughout those 10 years. And this is what I feel with my music is happening. Without doing anything or whatever, I still get approached from people, from fans, with Gods of War, at War, Macabre Roman, or with the One, for that matter, or anything else. And I'm pretty sure we will achieve the same thing with Necromaniac. I don't believe this album is not going to get lost.
Our goal was to write a modern day classic, an album that, okay, maybe it's not getting a lot of attention now, but I'm telling you, give it time, and as years progress, people will look back and go like, okay, this is something else, And it takes time, because for me personally, I was a music fan. Sometimes I discover new stuff, and then it's like, oh, this album was released 3 years ago, and I only discovered it now. Like, people need to relax. Like, bands need to relax. Like, why are you constantly changing instant gratification? Like, if you done something that is good and meaningful, like, it will find its way to the people. It'll just take time, but you don't need to constantly be posting shit on fucking Instagram or releasing an album every year or creating content on social media. It's just do music. Just do music that's gonna stand the test of time, and if it stands the test of time, it will find its way to the people. There's a lot of examples from obscure bands that were obscure in the 80s and 90s, and now they're huge, like 20, 30 years later. And then this is the thing that people need to take into consideration now. Like, sometimes it takes long. It takes as long as it takes. You can't just, and also, like, I don't understand this mentality of writing music to try and be popular. Like, to me,
what's popular
like,
anymore.
This
right?
is underground. Well, what are you doing in the underground if you want to be popular?
Oh.
Like, this has nothing to do with popularity. It's just like you write music out of passion, and because you're an artist and you want to express yourself through art, and you want to network with like-minded artists. That's it. Like, if it gets popular, I will welcome it. But I'm not writing music because I want to be popular. What the fuck is that? This is underground metal, man.
Yeah, no, I
You
totally
want to be
agree.
popular, like fucking do a pop band or something.
Yeah, and I'm going to play here. Let's talk about this song for a moment. Then I'm going to talk to you about a couple more things about the album. Then I'll let you guys get out of here on your what is today, Saturday. But I want to talk about the song. So, "Calling Forth the Shade." So, great song. Definitely got a lot of spirit, so to say, to it. What could you tell us about the song and the guest vocals on it and all that stuff? What can you share about this tune?
Well, I wanted, because this is also another reason why the album took so long to write. I could have written 10 songs that sound the same, like, the demo had 5 songs that are pretty much the same style. But I like albums that have variety, that have a flow, that with, different styles that somehow fit together. So this was, done in purpose. Like, I wanted to do a slow, atmospheric song. Was also a challenge for me because I never written a song in this style, and I just wanted to add a different flavor to the mix. And when I had the music written, we became friends with Mark of the Devil. The idea came around so we asked him, and he said yes, and he absolutely nailed it. Carl wrote the lyrics for it, but the performance adds a lot. And we read some reviews where people didn't like this or they didn't like the vocals. Whatever, we don't give a fuck.
It's great.
I think it's amazing, and it's an incredible song, and it adds a different atmosphere.
It's a killer tune. And do you guys have a? It's like, what do they say? It's like choosing your favorite kid or whatever. But do you guys have a favorite song off the new record? Each of you?
This is definitely a contender, but there's also other songs. I would say most of the songs for me, to be honest. I've seen them evolve in all the stages, so most of them. It's a great album.
I really like playing Necromancers. It's a challenging song, but I like the vibe of it. Playing it live is quite enjoyable for me. It just gets me in a trance. Yes.
Yeah, so this one we're going to play here is a great one, man, and I'm going to play this right now. This is called "Calling Forth the Shade." We'll be back with the guys from Necromaniac after this, and then we'll talk to them for a few more minutes, let them get out of here. But this is, "Calling Forth the Shade" off the latest record that came out on January 13th, 2025. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track. and that was Calling Forth the Shade. And again, we mentioned Invictus. How has the relationship been with them? I personally did some great bands on the label.
Well, I talk to Dara every single day. We've become like really good friends, you know. And so yeah, it's a friendship, you know. It's not just a business relationship. It's a friendship as well.
Yeah, same here. I knew Dara actually from way before. During the Razor of Occam days, I did play some shows in Dublin, also with Scythian. Likewise, same with Costa from Iron Pegasus. I knew Costa from the early days. We're both Greek. We both.
And he
don't
put out
live
a
in
zine
Greece.
too back in the day.
Yeah. So sorry.
He had a zine out back in the day too, Costa.
I believe so. I don't remember
Yeah.
the name of it, to be honest. Yeah. So it's a great relationship with Dara, and also it gives us the opportunity to visit Ireland and Dublin because it's such a great place. Have a Guinness or two. It's fantastic contact. And obviously, I would like to also commend on Alan's performance.
Oh yes,
Yes, Alan from Primordial, also a great character, and also big thanks to the producer Shoni on the album. So
oh yes, he did
great
a
job.
great job.
It was a great dynamic, and I would really like to. I look forward in the future to maybe work with these characters again. Who knows? Especially with a label for sure, but also studio-wise, you never know.
And shout out also to Ed from Negative Plane,
course,
who
yeah.
did scenes on the last song of the album.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, you guys had Mark from Cult de Gaulle on this record. You had Ed Miller or Nameless Void from Negative Plane, who we had on here, episode 106. And then Alan you had on there. So that's the 3 guests you worked with on that. And you guys did, so how did this work too? You guys did guitars, bass, and drums in Ireland at one studio and then recorded the rest back in the UK?
Yeah, so
vocals?
basically what we did is 2 separate weekends in Ireland. The first weekend, it was me and Vlad. We recorded the drums and the first reading guitar tracks live, playing together. So we will record the whole song live. If we made any mistake, we carried on, and then we will go back to it and overdub our mistakes. And then on another weekend, I did the second reading guitar tracks, playing together with Alex, while we were listening to the previous drum and guitar tracks. So it was recorded live. And then we did the vocals, scenes, additional instruments, and all that in London with Amadeus, who recorded the promo for us in his home studio, in his rehearsal studio, and his home studio. And that helped us a lot because, especially with the scenes and effects, it gave me the chance to experiment a lot. Because I did all that for the album. On the EP and the demo, it was Ilya who did it. But yeah, it gave me the chance to experiment with different sounds, different textures, and yeah. Because if we had done that in the studio under the clock, it wouldn't happen in the same result,
And the
So
artwork.
yeah, thanks to Amadeus for that.
And the artwork, which we talked
And
about.
also, I'd like to add, the artists, the guest musicians that we chose, they all added a completely different vibe to it, Alan's vocals are completely different to anything that we do. And I had this idea in my head of doing a choir on that intro. And we just happened to be in Dublin recording that weekend. We went to the pub afterwards and we met him there. And after a couple of pints, he's just like, why don't you come tomorrow to the studio? Because we were going to sing it. Actually, we're singing on it as well.
Yes.
But I was like, yeah, why not? And next day he showed up and did it. And we're like, wow, it's amazing because it adds a completely different flavor to it. And I like the idea that on this intro, like, there's all these different elements. It's already giving you the idea of this album is, it's going to give you a lot of different vibes and a lot of different sounds. Don't expect every single song to sound the same, even though it's all cohesive, it's all dark and evil and morbid, but every single song sounds different to me.
Because Alan did 2 tracks on there, right? He did.
No, Alan only did the choir on the intro. It's Mark of the Devil who did 2 tracks.
Okay, Mark of the Devil.
He did that and Conjuration of Saint Cyprian, which is like a short interlude. And then we decided to add some vocals. So that was already also last minute. Originally, it was just supposed to be an instrumental interlude that I'd written. But we were in the studio and Carl had these lyrics that he had not finished. And I was like, this is great on its own. Like, why don't you just add it to this? And we tried it and it worked. And we're like, okay, let's do it.
And that's why you guys take your time so you can kind of come up with those ideas as you go and not everything's not rushed. You can kind of figure out these little pieces of magic that you guys add and stuff. And the artwork for the record, it's 2 engravings from the 17th century.
Yeah. Yeah, the one on the cover, it was Carl actually who suggested it. And because originally we were looking at different artists and we were thinking about maybe a color painting this time, but when he showed us this, it was like, okay, this is perfect. And then actually I was doing research myself just because, you always run the risk when you're using an old painting or an old
That it's been used
woodcut
before.
that maybe somebody else has used it already. So I was doing a lot of research, looking on the internet just to make sure that there was nobody else had because, you can search by image. And then, it will show you the images and all that. And by doing this research, I came across a lot of other, woodcuts and paintings. And then I saw the one on the insert and I was like, this is so creepy, so sinister. Like, we have to use this. So I saw it to the guys and I was like, how about we use this on the insert? And they were like, yeah, let's do it. And I think I was looking at it yesterday for the first time in a long time. I didn't listen to it. I just had to look at the vinyl and everything, just to get a vibe of it. And I think it works perfectly.
Definitely, especially with the music on it. And I read, so you guys can kind of, I read in a prior interview probably from this year for this album that you guys put out that said that you built the album, I'm trying to think of the exact words, like an ancient temple.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like an ancient temple of worship. So yeah, it's like taking our time, putting things together slowly. And the thing is, we didn't even know what it was going to sound like until we finished recording it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because all these different layers and effects and scenes, and we changed a couple of things as well just before recording in the studio. And this is the way we always work. Like until the album is recorded, mixed, mastered, and released, we never know what the end result is going to be.
And that's the element of production, actually. You need a producer. It's one thing to record the elements, and there's a hidden instrument called atmosphere where you need to capture that essence, and that you don't get it just like that. You need a vision, and we're lucky that all of us together with the producers and whoever it was involved, we managed to capture that essence, and it's got the cinematic sound. This is the sound. This is the universe of this particular album, and this is what I like, and this is what a lot of bands do forget, unfortunately. That's going back to what I was saying about rushing. It's one thing to have, let's say, 8 songs and release them, but where is the essence? Where is the atmosphere? And this is what we did have in the 90s when we were growing up. You had your death metal albums, everything sounded different. You had the black metal albums. Every band was different, creating their own soundscape, own universe, because they wouldn't be copying others. They just wanted to sound, like this, and everybody had their own sound. And I think we kind of got something out of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And big shout out to Sonny Canagan, who recorded and mixed it, and also to Greg Chandler, who did the mastering, and the mastering sounds incredible. I couldn't be happier with the way the album sounds, because it has the vibe, it has the atmosphere, but also it has its own thing. It's not a production that you can hear like, oh, it sounds like that album, or and that's quite rare these days, unfortunately.
Now, was it hard? Because I know, Gorkas, I know you're pretty picky with at the end of the day, like you have a certain thing. So
Yeah.
Alex, I'll ask you actually this. Was it when you guys are the final mix, like how hard was it to finally give that thumbs up to say, okay, we are done. This is the final product, because, or did you just know?
For Necromaniac, you mean the final
Yeah.
mix, the final? Yeah, you won't get it on the first get-go, but I think round 3. I think we got on round 3.
I think we did 5
5 rounds.
mixes.
Yeah.
I think we did 5 different mixes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of back and forth, but luckily Sony was very patient, and
Yes.
he's also a perfectionist. And we were very lucky that he loved the music, he loved the album, so he was happy to work on it, and he went the extra mile. He like, honestly, like we couldn't thank him enough. Like, it was a pleasure to work with. Up until this time, I always dreaded working in the studio. But when we did the promo with Amadeus and the album with Sony and Amadeus, like, I actually really enjoyed it.
This is basically, for me, is maybe the most fundamental part, because you can go to a studio, you could go to any studio, and it might all fall to pieces if the relationship with the producer and the vision is not the same.
You need
with
to
what
see eye
you
to
have.
eye.
And it is potluck. I mean, I'm not going to say names or whatever, but I've worked with people that you think with the initial get-go it will work, and it just didn't work, and vice versa. Different bands, friends of mine, they had to go to 3 different studios to get where they wanted to go, and we got it straight away. So that's, for me, it's I don't take this lightly. It's not easy.
And Gorkas, I heard that when you got done with this record, you had to actually take some time away.
Yeah, because I was so invested in it and I did so much, because I did all the scenes and yeah, I was actually like on edge all the time, like, and I was like, I need to just take some time away from music, and just like relax, because I could feel the pressure, there was a lot of pressure, but and there was a high expectations from us, from the labels, from everybody, and I could feel the pressure, and I was not used to that kind of pressure because before I'd done the guitars and that was it. But yeah, but it is what it is. Like at the end of the day, the end result is what's important, and sometimes you need to put yourself through hell to get the results.
I know you guys played shows with Morbid and Speeder, and then Tormentor. You guys have what do you guys have coming up for like now that for the rest of obviously it's the winter's hitting us all now. What do you guys have next on the live show area?
Of gigs we've done in Finland with Mortuary Drape and other bands and Acherontas and Eternal War.
Eternal War, yeah. It's a
Yeah.
good show. Also, the most recent one in Holland,
Netherlands.
Tormentor, that's
With
great.
Tormentor,
Great.
Saturnalia Temple as well. Great bands.
Excellent.
And next, we have a couple booked January with our Racing from Norway. We're doing one in London and one in Dublin with them. And
That's
yeah,
the
so we
Chaos
can-
Chant, Aberration.
Yeah, Chaos Chant is a new band from one of the ex-members of Inconsequous Lux Luxis. Good friend of mine. He also helped me get in touch with Dara from Invictus, so shout out to him as well, Alex. So yeah, he's got a new band going, and we've been friends for a while. He's a big fan of the band, and he was just telling me, I'm putting this band together. We're gonna do a demo, and I was like, man, just open for us, because I'm confident it will be good. He's a good musician. And yeah, the one in Dublin is with Kalos Master, which is a new band with some of the members from the Irish scene and ex-members of Coscrat, also Sacrilegia, and Sonny Cadogan, who recorded our album, is playing bass. And I saw them live in Dublin, and I heard some demos. It's a great band, really good black metal.
And now that you guys have Sciomancy, Malediction, and Rites Abominable out, like you guys have I've read that you actually have some new material written. Like I'm sure it's not a rush. Obviously, I know how you guys. Obviously, talking to you guys, how you guys do things, but there is material written.
Yeah, I got the basic skeleton of 2 songs written. I just did the for them this week. Just guitars. I don't dance for demos because I'd rather let Vlad come up with his own ideas rather than play this. But yeah, obviously this is like a very basic skeleton. Then we need to work together in the studio, see what works, what doesn't work. And they have to come up with their own ideas to the mix. But it's a good start. I think
Very good start. Yeah, I have to say I was quite impressed with what I heard. It's exactly where we are at the moment, plus more. It's just a matter of putting a stamp on this new album to, like I said before, be better.
It has to be better.
Take it to a different level, but also keep ourselves to the ground because you have this sound, you are this band, and I expect to hear the beefy parts need to stay.
Oh yeah,
the beefy riffs need to stay. It's very essential.
The Necromaniac sound will always stay there. Like, it's always going to be morbid. It's always going to be aggressive. It's always going to be sinister. It's always going to be fucking metal, like heavily influenced by the 80s and the 90s.
That's a great record. Definitely, I'm glad you guys came on here to hang out and talk about this because I know you, like I said, you guys, I've never seen an interview with you guys. Besides, I've seen some print stuff, but I really appreciate you guys coming on here and talking about it. For the people who want to find out, it's kind of like the liner notes. What else do you guys have? Like merchandise? You guys, anybody who wants anything, to do with Necromaniac, where can they get T-shirts and stuff?
T-shirts you can get from the labels from Invictus and Ajna. We sell T-shirts at gigs ourselves as well, and also a good label from Spain called Down with the Most High. They also put out some t-shirts and some crew necks. And
how about-
we'll probably end up selling t-shirts on our Bandcamp page at some point as well. But since Brexit, postage in the UK is kind of a pain in the ass. And I don't really have much time to be posting. So yeah, we'll do it, in small batches here and there.
And you guys mentioned a Bandcamp. Where else could people find more information about you guys?
Bandcamp, Instagram, Facebook, label pages. Yeah, that's the main ones.
And Alex, might be more the One stuff coming out in the future, you're saying too?
Next month you see the Ritual album coming out. Like I said, it's a ritualistic album. It's going to be just a cassette version for now, and maybe an online upload. I'm a bit surprised. Some of the labels, I think it was way too experimental, but I think people are missing out. I think it's an exceptional release. It came to me in a dream back in the early 2000s. It sounds like an Aztec ritual with a bit of voodoo in it. So, and there's no sense to it. I've used maybe about 80 to 90 different folk instruments from my collection, not just by myself, with my drummer and a couple of guests. And it's very tribal, but very dark. It's like a mix of dark ambient, ritual, and I don't know, Zero Kama, Current 93, this kind of stuff I grew up with also. So it's very relevant, and actually don't want to take your time too long, but we had a near-death experience, myself, my mother, and my partner in Greece in June. We ate a plant which is it was mixed with vegetables that we bought from the supermarket, and that plant was actually the Datura stramonium plant, aka devil's weed, devil's trumpet. It's a hallucinogenic drug, and after eating it, we realized we were poisoned. So started seeing things, and we went to the hospital. It took 2 days to recover, and we were near it. That was near death. I think that was the closest of me reaching death. I've had some other experiences, but this one, and I don't do drugs myself. I can't stand it. But that was not a pleasant experience. So, first of all, I'm grateful to be alive, and I cooked the food, so I still carry that guilt of almost killing my mother and my partner. But I know it's not my fault. But what I want to highlight here is that now this album I'm releasing makes sense because it was recorded during the pandemic, and I never felt the need to release it. It was a personal release. It was a ritual for myself, which I've been listening to quite a lot. But I think now I can share the experience I shared. It's a very shamanic experience in the hospital, the connection. So that connection, I will share it with the world, I think, probably next month.
It's an incredible album. I heard it, and yeah.
Yeah,
it's one of those that I will recommend listening to it in pure darkness,
it's
total darkness. And it will take you to very scary places.
It will take you to the jungle in a good way, and it's very shamanic. It's again, I haven't heard anything like this. I've heard a lot of things that I got inspired from, but this specific thing is it's a pure soundtrack. And in future, I think I would like to do more of this. I would like to with my instruments. I can envision me not being part of like society necessarily, working 9 to 5, but using all that selection of instruments I have. You see, I've even used bones in this release, blowing into them or hitting them or whatever, and it brings a very primal sound which you've possibly never heard before. So I look forward to sharing this. And there's also one last black metal album. The music is mostly recorded, but something is not quite right. So I'm going back to the studio with this. So I need time for the One album. We'll make an announcement on the Macabre Omen Facebook, which I run. There's quite a lot of following there, and the label, obviously, which is New Era from Holland. They've released quite a lot of stuff. So it's just doing a cassette version. I know very well that this will go down quite well and sell out quite fast, in my opinion. I think there's nothing else out there. And for me, basically, it's how I would use those instruments in a black metal setting. So although initially it might not sound like black metal, but for me, this is black metal with these type of instruments with bones and how it would sound. So is my take on it. So I believe that, there will be more represses in the future, different platforms, different...
Hopefully vinyl.
Vinyl, yeah. Vinyl, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely got that same vibe, that, like really dark and sinister black metal can give you.
Yeah, Alex, when it's out, hit us up too, man. We'll play it on,
Absolutely.
we'll promote it on the show, definitely. Like I said, you guys
Okay,
came on here.
sounds
You
good.
guys are always, it's always an open door for you guys and stuff. And we appreciate you even coming on here. Like I said, I looked, I was like, as someone who listens to the band, because I can't find any interviews with these guys. Let me try. I didn't think I was going to have any success. So when you guys said yes, I was
We
like,
only say yes when the right people ask.
I appreciate that, man. I'll send the money over tomorrow, I promise.
No, thanks a lot for the support and keep up the good work. Because as I said off camera before, I'm a fan of the show. So yeah,
Excellent. Likewise.
And it has the feeling of an old radio show, which to me, it resonates more with the underground, in my opinion. Because video to me kind of kills the mystery, kills the mysterious vibe. For this kind of music, in my opinion, I prefer audio.
Yeah, that's why when we were talking, I told you, because when we first started doing the show, was the one thing we said to say we'll never do video because I don't want to be an influencer. I'm an influencer for my kids. That's about it. I mean, that's what I am. But no, I appreciate you guys totally. The record is killer. I'm looking forward to the next. If you guys need anything, just hit us up. We'll promote it. And much respect.
Thanks a lot, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tony. All the best, mate.
Definitely. Thanks, guys. And I'll say goodbye to you guys in a minute. Everybody else will have Count Gore Duvall, the Hall of Fame creature feature horror host, joining us at the end of the show. We're going to play Great is the Thirst of the Restless Dead. And what can you guys tell us about this track before we play this on the way out?
That's the shortest track on the album, and I wanted it to be like super aggressive, super fast, and also it's heavily influenced by Necromaniac, I would say.
This is Great is the Thirst of the Restless Dead from the 2025 record from Necromaniac. And we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track. Thanks, guys.
This is the Count Gore and a very scary and happy Halloween for myself and the Tampa Morgue.
We are hanging out now with a friend of the show, man. This is his third appearance, the one and only Count Gore. His first appearance with us was December 1st, 2023 on episode 22. Then he was with us on December 13th, 2024 on episode 69. And he's back with us again. What's up, Count?
Well, how do we miss the December thing? With December? Now what? Never mind.
I was thinking that also, actually.
Actually, things are going really well. We're preparing for Halloween here. It's been an incredible month, and I don't know if everyone knows that I actually got to hang out with Tony in Lithuania earlier this year.
Like, I was a kid growing up watching the Count on TV, and then eventually I'm having beers with him in Vilnius with his wife. It was awesome. My wife was there. It was great. I want to talk about your whole trip there too, man. And, it was awesome. And I got to say, like, I even told my family, we actually Count has a video on his webpage, which we'll give that address out also, which covers the whole thing, talks about visiting Lithuania. And my wife actually downloaded that video, Count, and put it on her Facebook so her family can see it and stuff. It was awesome.
Cool.
Man.
Yeah, it's up there. We had a really good time. We went from Romania, of course. I had to go look at Transylvania and see what they've done to poor Drac. Oh my goodness, you can't get to his castle without walking for several hundred yards through nothing but vendors selling authentic Transylvanian stuff made in China. But we had a good time. We had a good time. Romania, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Yeah, it was a great trip.
Yeah, you spent what, 4 weeks in Europe?
Yeah, we were there for almost a month. Yeah, a month, 4 weeks. And it was it was magical. Too many castles, maybe, but it was magical.
I said that to you too. Me and Count were at dinner, and I go, hey, man, because I'm from New Jersey and Tampa. There's no castles except for like a nightclub in Tampa. But I'm like, hey, man, after you see like 50 castles, doesn't it just get kind of like, not whatever, but you're kind of used to it, right? It gets a little old, so to say.
Well, I'm glad I tried to put all the photos into day by day. Wasn't totally successful, but like, okay, this castle was here. Where did we see this castle? This castle was in what country? It's like, but let's face it. That whole area there of Eastern Europe is, they had to have castles because people kept running back and forth and taking over and raiding and all the rest of this good stuff.
Not much has changed.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about building one. No, never mind. I have a dungeon. That's good enough. Yes.
You took some footage, right? From, was it Romania?
Yeah, it was not as good as I had hoped. I tried. We were never, since I was on a tour, I couldn't really depart from the tour. So we were always there during the daytime, and it's hard and I tried to take the footage and then make it look like night, but it wasn't very successful. So, I think I'll just keep it for the memories. Of course, we had it was just good. Of course, when we went out to dinner in Lithuania and had endless variations on potatoes.
Yes, potatoes and sausage. That's what we do here. Yeah, we took you went to Bernalu, which was the name of the restaurant. And we kind of had a little bit of everything. What was some of your favorite food through Europe?
Well, I like everything. It was interesting, the differences in sausages amongst the countries. You think, sausages are sausages. They're different. Again, the potato treats that we had in Lithuania are interesting because as a child, my grandmother would make things like this. And it was, I don't think I had a favorite. The one thing that surprised me though, every one of the countries, you go to any of the old towns, the cities, right around the castles and all that, and you see nothing but signs for pizza. It's like, hello, I can get this in the US. Why am I coming here for pizza?
Pizza and McDonald's. I always notice there always seems to be a McDonald's near.
Well, that's true. That's true. But that's part of that's. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. It's one thing about franchise food places like McDonald's or Burger King or anything like that. No matter where you go in the States, abroad, you know exactly what you're going to get. If you got a taste for this, a Big Mac, you're going to get a Big Mac. You can't, and that's nice. But again, if you're going to travel, you don't want to have to eat the same thing as you eat at home. So, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll tell you, you're a Florida guy now. We actually have, which amazed me when I moved here, we have a Circle K's here, which the actual gas station. Like, who would ever think that? I remember telling Ed this too. Remember, Ed? Like, we have a Circle K. We have like 3 of them in the town here, I think. Which, living in Florida for a long time, like I did, I saw it all the time. I couldn't believe when I saw it here.
well, not only in Lithuania, but all the way up the trip, every country. We were on a motor coach, and we'd stop usually during the lunchtime at a truck stop because they have restaurants there. And I was going, my gosh, okay, rules the world. It's kind of funny every time we go down the street here, I see a Circle K. I say to my wife Susan, I say, "Oh, there's never one of those European bus stops or car stops." It's kind of fun, but
Yeah, I was surprised by seeing it too. So you went what? You went first of all, how was traveling on a bus with a bunch of people that long? 'Cause I know you did fly from Warsaw to Vilnius, correct? But
yes,
everything
yes,
else was
yes.
bus?
Yeah. So that's a long trip by coach, and you don't want to have to spend more than a couple hours in a coach. And these are hey, look, these are not buses. I mean, they had reclining seats, footrests, USB for every seat, plus Wi-Fi. Hello, I mean, this is not roughing it here by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, it was cool.
What, you hit Estonia, Latvia,
Yeah,
Lithuania, Romania,
Hungary and
man,
Poland.
Hungary and Poland, nice.
And
Eh,
actually, did go to Slovakia too. Yeah.
nice. Did you have a favorite country, or is it kinda all a little
No,
different?
no, no, no. I actually, the one thing that kind of impressed me along the whole way, and regardless of the country, was how much the people of all these countries really are so glad they are no longer part of the USSR. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like
Oh, yeah.
back in the early '90s when they all kind of went their own independent way, and they really uh, just grabbed onto this and are holding. I wish we'd have as much of that kind of nationalism here. But I mean, these people were very adamant about this whole thing, and they made no bones about the fact that they weren't really impressed with their neighbor to the east. Let's put it that way.
It's amazing, and to think that people still think that this guy wants peace over there. He doesn't want peace, he just wants land, and,
Yeah,
you know
well, that's true. That's true. I never did understand this whole empire business. Um, I watch movies, I read history, and it seems to me that the last thing I'd wanna do would be king, emperor, dictator, or ruler. It seems like a lot of work. I wanna be the guy behind the throne who's out of sight and still has all the perks, but doesn't have to deal with all the headaches and, yeah. So
let people be
I
free and live their lives, man, let people
yeah.
raise their kids and not deal with the shit, and you are traveling actually, speaking of traveling, you do have December. You're going to Antarctica?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna go to Antarctica in December. I've as you're well aware, CountGore.com, my weekly show, uh, I travel a lot, so on Saturdays, I've gotta put it up on the server, so I've put the show up on my servers from 6 continents so far,
This will be
and
7.
so I wanna hit all 7 continents. So Starlink willing and the weather willing, on the first Saturday in December, the show should go up from Antarctica, which will be interesting because I've never been able to figure out how, if you're living at the bottom of the world, and how are the time zones there when they're like little like pie-shaped wedges? I don't know what the time would be.
And that's another reason why you're not on here in December, so you're gonna be in Antarctica, so we bought you in October during
Ah,
the October month. Speaking
That's
about
true.
Yeah, let's
That's
talk a little bit about Halloween and some Count Gore Duval. We'll give out the web pages. We'll talk about what you've been doing with the site, which is you've done some new stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit also, which I actually got to see firsthand when you were in Lithuania when I was hanging out with you. But first of all, were you a fan of Halloween as a kid?
yeah. Halloween was always a big deal. It was different than it is now. I lived in an urban environment. We had a lot of apartment buildings, not big apartment buildings, but 2 flats, 3 flats. Actually lived in a 6 flat. Um, and so we did a lot of stair climbing. Um, it was it was not as big a deal amongst adults as it is today. You never saw adults out, trick or treating. There was never any yard ornaments and stuff like that. So these days, it's a much bigger. I didn't dress up in scary stuff when I was a kid. People just recently asked me that. A reporter for the Washington Post just did an interview and said, "What'd you dress up as a kid?" And it occurred to me that the one I used most was a hobo. And it occurred, just basically I won't say a bum, but yeah, I used to love it. Just take the cork, heat the cork up and turn it charred, and then put your beard and mustache on, and put a stick, and you have a knapsack on the end of the stick. And I guess it's because I liked clowns. One of my favorite clowns was a clown by the name of Emmett Kelly, and he was this down and out kind of clown. And so, but that changed over the years when I started becoming more interested in things like the supernatural monsters and sort of things like that that led me into my career.
Anybody who wants to hear about the career, just so everybody knows who's listening, we had Count on twice before. We had him on for actually almost 3 hours 2 years ago, which taught we go from like point A to point B. I mean, we go everywhere. I mean, the whole Count career. We talk about all his moves up to like basically now. So you can go back and hear that. We also had him on for an additional 2 hours on episode 69, fittingly for the count. We did that. And that was more stuff about his career. So anybody who wants to hear all about his upbringing and how he got to where he is, it's very detailed. You can go back and check that out. And Cal, speaking of Halloween too, is you used to have live Halloween parties in 84 and 85 where you'd actually have like what, almost 300 guests in costume?
Yeah, there was a theater in town that had converted into a theater restaurant nightclub. And so you sat down at tables, they served drinks and food, you could watch movies. And it was the Bethesda Cinema and Draft House. And when they opened up in 84, we went to them and said, well, we want to do a live hosting of a Halloween movie on Halloween. And they said, sure, it was good publicity. So we actually did something. The station spent money. They actually got a remote truck with 3 cameras and microwave link and the whole thing. And we did a beautiful, had a great party. Everyone came in costume. Um, they drank, ate, and drank and drank. Honestly, I don't remember the movie we showed. Oh yeah, so it was Damien the Omen 2. Yes, we did show that. We had a Bride of Gore contest where the person who they had all the contestants up there, who would be the Bride of Gore, and then that person would come on the show, and it turned out to be a pregnant nun with a mustache. He was and smokes a cigar. Yeah, so it was kind of fun, but yeah, we had a great time on the thing. It was interesting theater because it had an old organ that came out of the floor right in front of the stage, so they could show silent movies and have organ music there. So what we did was we put my coffin on the part of that stage it was going to lift up, and then as the organ came up, we had the smoke machine generating fog, and then the coffin came up with it, and we opened up. It was very dramatic, but that was for 2 years we did that, um, and then I think after that, the station didn't want to spend any more money. So,
How many coffins? So you had, I remember at first you had the pine box coffin, right? Which broke on you guys. How many
well,
coffins have you had in total? And can you tell the story when you actually went and got your own coffin?
there's actually a couple stories here. One, actually, if you go back to my first time I did horror movies, which was back in Paducah, Kentucky, we had a coffin there. That again was a simple pine box. And then when we get to Washington, we got another simple pine box. But the problem with the simple pine box is pine is a very soft wood, and they have the hinges, and they just kind of screw into the boards are only like inch thick boards, and you open and close the lot, and they just come right out of the wood. So the lid's always popping off. So you're having to move the hinges, and pretty soon the whole thing falls apart. So we were on the air, I guess, for about 2, maybe 3 years, and the box just came apart. Everything was falling apart. So the general manager said, "We'll pop for a new coffin." So one woman in the promotion department said, "I've got an in with this one coffin company here in downtown DC." So we went looking for coffins, and I didn't know what kind of budget we had. I figured, a couple $100 maybe. So we're looking at the coffins, and I'm looking at these things, $1,200, $1,500. $6,000. I'm going, I don't have a budget for this. Even the pine box there was like $500. Um, but the people that own this place were big fans. So they said, "Don't worry about that. We'll give it to you for cost." So I found this black coffin. It's a metal coffin. The hinges were welded, spot welded. And I said, "This should hold up for a while." And it was $1,500. It was black, had a nice red interior. And we ended up paying $250, which was the list price of what they paid for it. There's a huge markup on coffins. The second one, I had that one all the way through my stay at Channel 20 for the rest of the time, and we actually used it again in 2000 for the Millennial Show, because I had given it to a friend of mine who was in the prop rental business, and he had rented it out over the years. But then when I went on the internet, I didn't have a coffin, and we were on for a couple months, and then some guy emailed me. He says, "You need a coffin." And I said, "Well, yeah, it'd be nice." He said, "Would you like one?" I said, "Sure, I'd like one. I just can't afford it." He said, "Well, how about free?" I go, "Okay, I can afford free." The deal was I had to come get it. And at that point, I was in Chicago, and I had to drive out to the East Coast to pick it up. I had just bought a minivan, and it would just barely fit in the minivan. So I drove went over, looked at the coffin. Yeah, it's really beautiful, solid maple. I was told that the list price was $6,000. Okay, so anyway, there's a long story, but basically it was a coffin that was saved from demolition because of flaws. You can't sell a coffin at that price point with flaws. So it was supposed to be. I got it, so I've had it ever since. And this one's holding up very well. The maple is very hard wood, so the screws stay where they're supposed to.
And anybody who, obviously, if you're new to Count's been around for a long time, and he's been doing this for, 52 years in the Cape now?
Well, we started in '73, so this is we're coming up on the 23 years or 53 years. In February, it'll be 53.
And you've worn many hats, anybody who goes back and listens to episode 22 can hear. You were Bozo the Clown, obviously, Captain 20, and also there was a period of time where you were dressed as an ape, with a six-pack, doing the Beneath the Planet of the Apes promos for DC 20.
Oh, well, that actually was kind of fun. A friend of mine, Tim Davis of Hammond Davis Effects, they did these prosthetics for ape movies, and actually, when they were involved in at least one of the ape films. Anyway, so we were going to show a Planet of the Apes festival, and Steve Hagedorn, who's a promotion person, said, "Hey, Dick, how would you like to be an ape?" I go, "Oh, yeah, I'd love to do this, because this is cool." So they made me up as an ape. I guess was like, what's his name? Well, the head doctor of Planet of the Apes. It was kind of, blondish kind of look to it, and it was fun. We did a whole bunch of spots. It was one you're talking about. Ray Freeman, who was our staff announcer, who was in our kitchen. We had a studio kitchen where we could actually shoot cooking shows and stuff on. So he's in there and he's saying, "Boy, I invited all the guys over to watch the Planet of the Apes weeks, and there's a ring to the doorbell, and I come in with a 6-pack under my arm, and he says, 'Oh, look, I got a banana this, I got a banana that,' and I'm standing there shaking my head. I said, 'When does the pizza get here?'" It was a fun commercial. Yeah, we did a bunch of those, and then actually, what very few people know is that after I was removed from the facilities at Channel 20, I got a job temporarily up in Baltimore at Channel 45 up there, and they were doing a Apes thing. Now I was a union performer, and they were non-union stations, so I couldn't get in front of the camera, but I was producing. So I said, "Let's do the same thing." So we had the staff announcer, a guy by the name of Jim Gold, I think it was. I don't anyway. And we made him up as an ape, and we had some fun with that. And that, but it was nice having Tim as a resource. As a matter of fact, he appeared with some of his puppetry and animated stuff on the show a lot. So yeah, that was a good time.
You had your hands in a lot of stuff, as we talked about on your previous episodes on here, even heavy metal parking lot and stuff. But
Yeah.
is it
Jeff Krulik, yeah.
Yeah, that's and I wanted to ask too, I don't know if this is this fact or fiction that you were so tired of the Bozo character that eventually you didn't want your name in the credits at the end?
No, that's not quite true. The contract with Larry Harmon Picture Corporation stipulated that there is only one Bozo. Bozo is Bozo. No one can play Bozo. Bozo is Bozo. So the stations, in theory, were not supposed to put up a credit for who played Bozo. It's just Bozo. So I took an associate producer credit. That's the only credit I can have. Now, what else is true is the fact that in 1977, after doing it for 5 years in Washington and a year previous in Paducah, I saw some handwriting on the wall. We were getting a lot of grief about children's programming, and I had put a lot of informational and educational material into this half-hour show, but it was still a half-hour game show, and I didn't see how I can push the envelope anymore to make these unhappy parents happy. So I actually went to the management and said, instead of paying the money to Larry Harmon for the rights to use the Bozo character, why don't we just cancel Bozo and give me the money, not as a salary, but as a budget, and I'll give you a TV show. We had another character on this channel. It was called Captain 20, and I also played him. And I said, well, but he didn't have a program. He just was a drop-in promotional character. I said, well, let's give Captain a show. So he said, yes. So they canceled Bozo. So I was responsible for canceling Bozo. And then I said, where's my budget? He says, well, you don't need a budget. You just need creativity. I go, yeah, okay. Well, it was somewhat true. I did manage to produce about 4 variations of shows with Captain 20. He ended up being the primary character of the station. And it was also somewhat of a relief because he didn't have a lot of very much makeup at all. Where Bozo was always a lot. I mean, it was a half hour, 45-minute job getting into costume. And we would do 5 shows in one day. We'd tape on Saturday and they'd run for the rest of the week. And that was a real grind, boom, kids in, kids out, show. Okay. And it was like, he had to do it real fast. It was not very enjoyable, to be honest with you.
When you were doing the count, you were doing what? You were doing every 4 weeks you were recording segments?
Yeah, approximately every 4 weeks. We'd do 4 shows at a time. But again, Channel 20 was one of those stations that made a lot of its money as a production house. They had 2 really big studios, really nice studios. So clients would even come down from New York because it was cheaper to come down from New York and do the spots in Washington at our station than doing it up at the facilities up in New York. So we'd have during the week, most of the time in the studio was taken up by commercials as video production. And then we would have to do it like Bozo was done on Saturday. And the count would fit into the schedule wherever there was an opening. So if there was say an afternoon that they didn't have anything scheduled, they'd say, okay, put the count in here, and we'd put the set up, and we'd have to crank out 4 weeks worth of material, sometime with almost no notice. And that's where we got into the improv situation. What are we going to do with it? And then a lot of people asked me, they said, did you get to watch all the movies? And I go, heck no. Matter of fact, the way it worked in TV in those days, the films came in on 16 millimeter reels, and they would usually arrive on the Wednesday before they would show on Saturday, because they would then take the film and they would actually cut and splice the film commercials into the film. So they would have to have a couple of days to go through the film and put in the commercials. So I didn't have a chance to see the movie. So all I could deal with, and many of these movies I had not seen, and this is before videotape, or DVD. So, there's no way to see it unless it happened to be playing at the theater. So we had a book called a Big Book, and it had this about 3-line sentence summary of each movie, and that's what I had to deal with. So I couldn't even come up with much trivia because, again, this is before the internet, and we didn't know much about these films. There was no time to do research because the research was very time consuming at that point because you had to find books and look through them and cross-reference.
Google.
So, yeah. That was a different time altogether.
I want to talk about some awards that you've recently received, and that we talked about before you came on here. And there is something I want to ask you. Fact or fiction? Also, is the first guest you had on the Count Show was Frankie the Skeleton?
I don't know.
That makes 2 of us.
I honestly the first months we were on the air at Channel 20. It was really rough. We had 2 4x8 flats as the background. The first couple months we had no coffin. We had artificial grass in front of it, and we had a cardboard 4-foot tall candle in a stand, and that pretty much was it. The only guest that I remember from those first several months was one of our crewmen, Jeff Yates. We were doing Teenage Caveman as the movie. And the plot was I was standing in the middle of the set, and he was going to dress as a caveman that was just put on a loincloth. And he was going to swing in like Tarzan and just swing right past me, and I'd take a pratfall, and then I would close off the show from in the middle of the little set we had here from the floor. And so we wrapping it up. I'm standing in the middle of the set. Again, it's only 8 feet wide. And he comes in, except he instead of swinging past me, he hit me cold and knocked me out. And I not only knocked me out, but knocked me off the set. So the camera just followed him. He goes off the set, puts his foot on me, pounds on his chest and says, "Hi, Mom." And that was the end of the show. So that was my first guess. I don't remember anything beyond that, to be honest with you.
Because also let's talk about the award you just received too. So I think
Yes.
the first time you ever get into media though, that's 69, right? With what you were doing, the DJ as the south of St. Louis.
DeSoto, Missouri. Yeah, that was my first full-time paid job. The KHAD, which doesn't exist anymore. The station actually literally burned down. But I was there. I was only there for about 6 weeks. It was a very productive 6 weeks because because it was a daytime station. It was off at night, so I had the key to the station, so I'd go up there and I'd play doing radio production. And we had all these sound effect albums and music albums, and I would do commercials and promotions. And I just spent all my time in production because I loved doing that. Um, then the station went into short hours because they were daytimers, less hours, less daytime, less hours. So they had to let someone go, and they let me go because the general manager said, "Dick, you're doing a great job, but it's between you and George. And first opportunity, you're getting out of here because you're good, and George ain't never leaving, so we'll keep George, and you're gone." A friend of mine told me, said, they've got this opening at this rock station in Paducah, and it's a 50,000 watt rock station. I go, okay, I can deal with this. And I sent a tape, which wasn't very good, and I harassed the general manager until he finally hired me. I did the morning show from 9 to 1, and it was a lot of fun. We did a lot of cool things. We even convinced them to let us run the entire soundtrack to Tommy without interruption or commercials, and made a big deal about it. So that was a kind of fun we had. We were all young, crazy, and liked music, so that was great. And then they put the radio station had a construction permit to build a TV station, and then they said, "Would you become Bozo?" I said, "No." They said, "We'll pay you more," and I said, "Yes." It was real simple.
But your actual first time on TV was WDXR on the 10
Yeah,
PM news?
yeah, WDXR. Actually, I did everything at DXR. I showed I couldn't do sports. We had a 10 o'clock news from 10 to 10:30. I co-anchored it sometimes. Sometimes I did the sports. Sometimes I do the weather. Actually, it was kind of fun because Saturdays I was I was anchor, Saturday news anchor at the 10 o'clock. And at 10:30, we had Night of Terror, which means that at 10:20, I had to throw it to the sports guy, run to the men's room, change into the Count, and be back in the studio to do a live show at 10:30. That was interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I've been in every part of I've sampled every part of broadcasting, and that's one thing I really enjoyed about my career is the fact that I was able to experience it all, mostly. Yes.
Well, you got a award for that, actually. You just returned from a ceremony in Williamsburg, Virginia, because you got inducted into the Gold Circle from your time with WDCA 20, which was what, 73 to 87? What can you
Well,
tell us about that event?
the award was for 50 years in broadcasting, and evidently they felt that I did lend some importance to the whole Washington television scene. Um, and that's what the award was for. And, I mean, I was right there with I was the second bozo, actually. Willard Scott, who was the first bozo in Washington, is also a member of the Gold Circle, and so I was the second bozo to get in. But, we also did Captain 20 and the Count. Yeah, I was very surprised. I was even aware of the award. We had gotten an award in '84 for one of the kids shows, um, which I had produced, and actually I did the puppets and the voices for, but I very rarely appeared in it. But that won the Emmy, and I thought that was fine. Okay, I got my statue. This is good. I'm happy. And then suddenly I got this notice that I've been nominated for and been approved to be in the Gold Circle, and I was just floored. We drove up to Williamsburg and stayed at this very expensive hotel, and I had this great ceremony. There were 11 people inducted, 9 of them into the Silver Circle, which is 25 years, and then 2 of us in the Gold Circle. In many ways, if I look at it, and I'm not in any way putting this down because it is a big deal award, but it's kind of a lifetime achievement thing. And I was very shocked that I was nominated. So I played along with it and got my medal that I could wear and a big plaque that I have now hanging in the, living room, and yeah, it was really cool. I got it was interesting because one of the things that people didn't realize, and I brought this up when I was doing my thank you. I had to do a 5-minute video, and it was all favorite spots of my characters and how important they were to the station. But during the first 10 years, not only did we not say who was Bozo, we didn't say who was the captain or who was the count. So I never took any credit for the first 10 years as being an actor. Part of this was by my choice. I wanted to have a private life. I wanted to have my public life as a performer, as the characters, but then when I left the studio, I wanted to have my own family life. And it worked out really well, but very few people, even my contemporaries in the broadcast business, they had no idea who I was, what I did, and who played these characters. So it was kind of listening to when I did my speech, and thank you, and I mentioned the fact there was this gasp in the room. It's like, oh, that was him. It was kind of interesting. Yeah. So I honestly, I ended it this way. I said, after going through the whole thing, I said, here I am standing before you, my fellow broadcasters, and for the first time in 50 years, I can honestly say I'm confident that I did the right thing taking the job at Channel 20. And it's true because it was a justification for all the stuff I put out there and I've been through, and it was a lot of fun most of the time. But yeah, it was very very rewarding.
So what you've won an Emmy, you've won 3 Rondo Awards, uh, inducted into the Horror Host Hall of Fame for 2011. I mean, what else is
Yeah,
there?
a Monster Kid award from the Rondo people. As kid stuff, I actually won 2 People's Choice Awards. We very rarely mentioned them because it wasn't a big deal that they were just starting. Um, but, if you do a good job, people recognize it, they'd like to let you know. I'm very bad at acknowledging the work I do because I think it satisfies me, and I know it's good, and I'm embarrassed sometimes by awards and accolades, um, and I'm very terrible. We had a cocktail reception on the 4th before the ceremony, and here are all these people. We're all wearing formal wear, tuxes and women in floor, and I know nobody there. I knew one person because I and these and I'm terrible. I just got my glass of club soda because I wasn't gonna have anything before I did my speech, and I just kinda stood there, and my wife went around introducing me. It was kind of really funny, but I was always just never good at small talk, so actually, it turned out very interesting because I ended up meeting 2 guys who were starting a new streaming video platform, and they're much into artificial intelligence, and I just happened to mention that I'm currently working on AI characters on the show, and they
Portrait
said,
Tales.
"Let's talk," it reminds me I have to as soon as I get back from, DC this next weekend, I gotta contact these guys and see if we're gonna make any business.
You're all speaking of that, you're also making another appearance, right? You have an appearance coming up October 25th at the Silver Theater,
Oh, yes.
for
Well,
Tremors. You guys are doing the old 1990 film Tremors there.
yeah, um, God, I'm blanking, Jason, the star, quick.
Um, Kevin Bacon, right?
Kevin Bacon. I'm
Yeah.
only there for a while there. How many degrees were you removed from Kevin Bacon? There was this
Yeah.
thing about, being associated with people that were being associated. I was only 1 degree away from Kevin Bacon. I mean, that's how close I was because dealing with people. Anyway, yeah, 3 times a year, we go up to Washington at the Silver Theater, the AFI Silver Theater. It's a beautiful theater. It's an Art Deco theater, huge screen, great screen. Incredible projection. Um, they can't do IMAX, but everything below that. They can do 70 millimeter widescreen. They can do video, and so we do this. We get prints um, that are just pristine. So you see a movie the way it was probably shown the first time. Matter of fact, maybe better because a lot of times these films they have been restored by the distributors, put on digital, so you don't have any scratches or stuff, and it's just really pretty. So we do these 3 times a year. We started on my 40th anniversary, which would have been 2013, and I get to pick the movies. This is so cool. Uh, you know, I right now on my web program at countgore.com, I have to run public domain films unless someone comes up to me and says, "Here, you can do this one." And that happens occasionally. But, I get to pick the movies, and we've had some classics. We did
Last year you
Return
did Texas Chainsaw, right? Which is my favorite from '74.
Yeah, we did Texas Chainsaw. Then this last time, in the summer, we did, Return of the Living Dead, and I was so inspired by the response to the audience of Return of the Living Dead because it has its comedic elements to it. I mean, it was kind of a farce, but it was fun, and it was scary too. And so they said, "Well, what do you wanna do for October?" Because we always do, an October movie, not on Halloween, but usually around Halloween. And I said, I looked at all that. I said, well, you know, Tremors. Tremors was a horror movie, but it was a buddy film, and it was kind of there were very humorous moments to it. So I said, let's do Tremors. We'll see what happens. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. We'll see. But that'll be the 25th. We'll do that. We live host it about 11. I'll show 11 minutes of clips from my old shows, both on Channel 20 and on the internet. Then I come out and I'll do a bad monologue for about 5 minutes. And then I'll have a game. We're going to play can't tell you what the game is. We'll play a Halloween appropriate game. And then we show the movie. And then I go out front and sell merchandise.
So none of the Halloween appropriate. So none of the penthouse pets will be there from your past years of the Count.
Actually, it's interesting you should mention that because I did put a clip with the penthouse pets in the video that I provided for the Golden Circle Award. They were always fun. There was one, Dominique Moret, who ended up working for Penthouse Magazine for years, working with the pets that went on tour. She was really she wasn't an actress, but she could have been. She came on the show and she just rolled with everything we did. I was very impressed. And actually, I got to meet her in person. The following year, I went on vacation to the Club Med in Moorea, which is an island just outside of Tahiti. And she had won, a part of her prize for winning Penthouse Pet of the Year was a trip to the Club Med in Moorea. And we were both there at the same time. And it was kind of funny when I finally went up to her at the bar. And I said, well, we finally get to meet without a coffin. She says, what? I said, you were on my show last year. Oh, you were that freak? I go, yep, that was me.
Well, would you have any? So I want to talk about your webpage, that obviously what's going on at CountGoreDuval.com, but do you have any other appearances coming up that you have scheduled?
No. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're only talking right now about the next movie, which will be April 18th, and we're not sure about what the movie is going to be yet. It's an anniversary movie. Here's a problem with anniversary movies is sometimes the distributors are holding back letting the films out for rental because they might want to use it as a promotional thing. And so I'm waiting to hear back to see whether or not the film's available. But no, actually, I'm doing less and less of the personal appearances. I like them. I love meeting the fans. I love, biting necks. I love the whole thing. But what I don't love is sitting there for 8 hours at a table waiting for someone to come up for an autograph. And I'm not a person that sits real well. So I'm always walking around, usually never at my table, schmoozing with fans. And so I have a love-hate relationship with personal appearances.
When you look back, obviously, like I said, anybody who's listening to this hasn't heard Count before. We have a whole episode with his whole history on there. But you look back, say you go back to Dick Dysel in 71, working as a director and a news anchor at UHF TV station in Kentucky, as we talked about. You told him you would still be in the entertainment world in 2025 and also a member of the Horror Host Hall of Fame. I mean, and not only that, it inducted with people like huge names like Zachary, Jerry G. Bishop, Marvin, who was basically the guy who you first saw on TV
Right,
as a
inspired
kid.
me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is that like, would he believe that back then in 71?
No, because frankly, back then I had no idea what part of broadcasting I wanted to really settle into. And that was the cool thing about my career is the fact that I had the flexibility to not get pigeonholed right away. I mean, I liked being a rock and roll DJ. I realized I was not great at it. I mean, I'll tell you that right now. I was very satisfactory, but I was not great at it. I was not good at sports. I was not good at weather. I was a pretty good reporter. I was a pretty good news anchor. And I guess when I got into the hosting business, that's where it really came into, that's where I liked it and I was good at it. And so that was, but even then moving to Washington, it was just kind of to solidify that hosting thing. So no, I couldn't have guessed it. Besides that, there was no Horror Host Hall of Fame back then.
Yeah, right. I know.
Yeah, it was. I couldn't have guessed. Now, interesting enough, one of the guys I went to high school with, in Oakland, Illinois, came up. He saw the posting that I was in the Golden Circle thing, and he says, "Dick." Except I was surprised he used Dick, because most people back then just referred to me as Richard, because I didn't go by Dick until I was actually in broadcasting. He said, "Do you remember when you tried to put an FM station on at the school? And we went to New Trier High School, which was on the north side of the city, to look at a station." And I go, "Yeah." It occurred to me that all my career, all my life, I was dealing with some kind of radio or performances. I used to do make-up radio programs on reel-to-reel tape when I was a little kid. We had a reel-to-reel tape recorder. And, if I look back at it now, and I can see all these these points that would have said, "Yes, this is where you're gonna end up." But when you're at those points, you really can't see the next one coming. And, I keep telling people, they say, "Well, how did you get to where you were?" And I said, "It's really simple. I wet my finger, put it up in the air, and whichever way the wind blows, that's the way I went." Because I didn't feel really strongly about any one thing. I didn't feel strongly about being a stand-up comedian, or I could have gone to, you know, some of the we had Chicago while I was there. I could have got some of the practice areas, the Groundlings, Second was it Second City? Yeah, Second City was in Chicago. But no, I had no idea what was gonna end up coming, and it flowed pretty well, so I'm very pleased.
And, I have basically, before I talk about your site, what's going on there lately, I was checking it out earlier. If you had looked back now, what is your most cherished memory of your career as the Count, and what was your worst memory?
Wow, maybe the probably the worst memory. Uh, it wasn't it was a failed show. It was a totally failure of a show, and it was my idea, and that's what really hurts. We were showing, a movie, Monster on Campus or something like that, and I said, "Let's take the Count to American University and have him haunt the, dorms." And it just didn't work. Nothing worked. We shot footage and we tried to edit around. It just as the Count would say, the show sucked. It really did. That was probably the worst part of it right there. Uh, uh, my favorite memory, God, there's so many of them. There's so many of them. Probably one that was, in retrospect, it was an incredible event. At the time, I was unprepared for it, and I felt very embarrassed by this. We had Forrest J. Ackerman, who was Mr. Monster at the time. He was the largest collector of horror memorabilia in the world. He had a mansion in Hollywood that was just filled with all this stuff that he got from all the movies. And he was, Famous Monster Magazine. He was the one that started Famous Monster Magazine. And, he was, really big in the world. Unfortunately, I was not a magazine guy, so I didn't know this guy from squat. And a very good friend of mine says, "Forey's in town. He's willing to be on your show. When are you doing your show?" I said, "Well, tomorrow." She said, "Well, we'll be here." I said, "I don't know. Tell me about him." She says, "Well, don't worry about it. He's easy." Well, he was easy. He came on the show. We did 7 segments of interview, and all I had to do was, let him talk. And we learned about how Vampirella Vampira Vampirella Vampirella, how he created Vampirella and how that came about. If and he shared a lot of interesting things about his life, and that was a highlight, probably one of the better interviews I've done, and, but it was also kind of embarrassing for me, because I would like to I don't like to go in that unprepared, but, but God, so many good moments. It's just hard. I can't pinpoint one. That'd be the closest.
let's talk about your site now, which is actually, like I was saying a little bit earlier, something that you introduced me to. We went out to dinner and we went back to where you guys were staying at, you and your wife, and you gave us a little peep on this whole thing that you've been doing, the Portrait Tales, which is you can find at countgoreduval.com.
Yeah. Well, uh, let's go back to earlier this year. I had to do I was on social media. I wanted to wish everyone a happy New Year, except there was one site that said you just can't do an audio. You have to show a video, and not just a still picture. You have to put up a video. Excuse me. And I didn't have a video. So I had heard about these sites that you could take a picture and it would animate the picture to AI thing. So I had a picture of the Count holding a stemware with some dark red liquid in it. And so I took that and I said, okay, here, turn it into something. And it did a really nice job. It was free. It didn't cost me anything. Of him toasting and I voiced it. So it was cool. So I said, this is cool. So I started into this AI thing. We initially created two characters, Mahandra, who's a very hot, sexy uh, fortune teller, who's very, as she says, the Count's personal, very personal fortune teller. Count only wishes. Uh, and we had a mad scientist, Dr. Reginald Von Creep. He's kind of the guy who does everything weird. Um, but then I was at in fact, earlier this year after I went up to visit a friend in Baltimore, and he had several of my other friends and some fans, and we were sitting around drinking wine and eating pizza and beer and all the rest of this stuff. And I was showing them this stuff. And this one woman who's never only missed one of my AFI appearances was there. And she says, have you ever thought about animating your portrait? Now we have a portrait of the Count that was given to me in 1975. It's a really beautiful portrait. And I said, no, I hadn't thought about it. So I said, I'll give it a try. So after some failed attempts, because Uh, that was just earlier this year, and the platforms have changed so much. But a lot of the animation stuff has a problem with fingers and hands, and this one didn't know I have his wide, so he showed the Count with his arms crossed, and the hands were all over the place. It was just horrible. But once I got in just to the face, I it was able to animate it, and I created a voice, and we created the portal. Or the Count Gore Duval's portrait, who's been hanging on the wall for 50 years. He's observed everything, good, bad, and indifferent, and now he's got tales to tell. I was trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with this thing. I mean, I could animate it and look good, but I needed a reason for this character to be here. And, I said, "Well, we could use him as a promotional character." One of the things Gore is a long form comedian. We don't do quick things that you can just take a snap and run with it. That's more stand-up. But we have all this material we've had for decades of, stuff, and so I said, "Well, we'll do this. We'll have the portrait, uh, basically tell the stories, but we'll tell the stories through actual watching the videotape." So we were able to take a lot of these little segments that kinda run 2 to 3 minutes and put the portal front and back as the introduction thing and package it up, and it works really well for social media and, in YouTube. So we've been doing that, every Wednesday, we put up a new portal linked it's put up on, uh, Facebook, YouTube. Basically, YouTube is I'm trying to build an audience on YouTube. So it's YouTube, and it's linked to, Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram, X, and Facebook. And that and oh, so every and we do that once a week. And, it's building an audience. It's cool. Some of the stuff is really funny, some of the stuff,
I have to
yeah.
give you credit, man. Like I think I told you when we were hanging out, I think it's, Ed, you could be you know this too. How many people do we know younger than you that get frustrated by technology, and you keep on keeping up with it, man. I find it really impressive because, you keep on rolling with the times because as we know, if you don't roll with the times, you get left behind, these days.
Well, that's true, but I've always been a forward-looking person. Uh, I like technology. Um, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit overwhelmed with this because it's moving so fast. I subscribe to a couple of the services and they've already gone through 3 platforms in the past 4 months. It's like, how fast can this evolve? These people are writing these programs. I'm right now working on a music video. I composed a piece of music. It's kind of like, I won't say opera, but it's like Phantom of the Andrew Lloyd Webber kind of thing. It's that very opera typey thing, and it's called Midnight Masquerade. And I'm trying to figure out how to do this 3-minute piece with all these different platforms. One platform is good on lip sync. Another platform is motion of the character. The other one is just to creating the character. And then the backgrounds and then camera movements is another one. So you have to take all these elements. Now, there are several platforms that are putting all these together. But I'll be honest with you, it's starting to get very expensive. They're now talking about money per second to render these things, not just by minute. So if you get it wrong, you start over again and you have to pay another time. It's not like you have practice. So it's interesting, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's a challenge. And like I said, I was talking with these 2 gentlemen at the awards ceremony, and they were kind of excited about the fact that the Count is into AI because we now have 3 characters involved in addition to the Count, and they thought that was kind of cool. It was kind of interesting that I'm 20 years older than both of them.
Age is only a number, as they say.
I didn't let on to that. It's like, okay, we're all talking the same language here. I don't think age is a number. Yeah.
And if October wise, if anybody for the Halloween season, anybody wants to, what are they going to find on countgore.com coming up?
That's a really good question. I should have been ready for this one. We're not doing anything special for Halloween this year on the Count at countgore.com, but we have a lot of Halloween stuff on our Roku channel, and including a thing called the Dreadful Halloween Special, which I have a role in along with Penny Dreadful, who's a horror host up in the New England area, and Dr. Gangrene, who's from Nashville. They put together this thing and invited me to join them. And we did this a couple years ago, and I'm showing that again. So if you go to Count Gore Duvall Presents on your Roku, which I understand is available in all countries with some caveats, you can have a Roku stick in Lithuania, I think, and watch this. But what I provide at the beginning of every month, I put up 10 videos, 4 feature films, and then 4 shorts. I love short films. I love promoting new filmmakers. Someday I'm going to hit one that's going to be the next Steven Spielberg or something like John Carpenter or whatever, and they'll say, "I remember when I was on his show." Yeah, so we have the 4. The Roku channel is primarily the Halloween thing this year. And the short, I think all the shorts are Halloween based in particular because there is a lot of them. They're very good. So yeah, the Count will have something up there. We're tending to be less specific with the weekly show for a variety of reasons. One of them is the fact that we can't produce as often as I would like because of studio conditions, which I don't want to get into detail, but we can't get into the studio as much as I'd like. So, but we can do that. That's another reason for the AI stuff too. Actually, I have done one piece of promotion we had to do an early promotion for Tremors. And I just took a snapshot of Gore and put my voice on it and it looks just like me talking. So that was cool.
There you go. Yeah, you can find anybody who's looking, you can find T-shirts on there, Count Gore Duvall autograph photos, shirts, you name it, videos. And
we have like 20 hosted horror movies up there. I mean, you can take your pick from good to horrible. I mean, yeah, from Theater of Blood with Diana Rigg and Vincent Price to Manos, Hands of Fate. But some people like songs like this stuff, and it's all hosted by the Count, and so that even if it's a bad movie, he'll have fun with it. And even if it's a good movie, he won't make fun of it, but he'll for Theater of Blood in particular, we talk about some of the scandal that was happening on the set with Vincent Price and Diana Rigg and Coral Brown, who was his other star. It was kind of an interesting story.
Just glad to see you're still doing it, man. And I hope that, like we like to bring you on here every once in a while. We have some of our listeners write us and ask you, have we heard from you and stuff like that. So it's always, I consider you a friend. I know me and Ed grew up watching you. We have a lot of respect for you. And, shit, we've had beers now and dinner. I mean,
Yeah, hey,
you've been to
look,
Lithuania.
when you go on and schlep a few beers, and I travel halfway around the world to see you. Hey, come on, let's.
Yeah, man.
Yes, we are friends in the best sense of the word, and I appreciate coming on the show, and I appreciate your fans. Um, it's it's always fun to talk about what you're doing, especially when you love doing it, and you know, uh, yeah, it's fun. So thank you very much for having me on the show.
Hey, man, anytime. Like I said, we got a lot of respect for you, man, and you're always welcome. We'll have you back on again, of course. And I know you're going in December. You're taking some travel, and you travel more than the rest of us. So you just gotta keep on
That,
going.
that that's one of the things about I've had a very long career, as I said, I've put a lot of miles on, and I have now time and financial resources to go and travel. I mean, not extravagant, I'm not renting my own jet and stuff like that. But, I can go out and experience the rest of the world. I've always loved traveling. Even as a kid, we loved to travel. We always had vacations every year that we traveled. I was there at the second day of Disneyland opened up, and, we decided not to go the first day. We figured it'd be too crowded. So we went the second day. Okay, fine. It wasn't still finished, the first Disneyland, back in '56. Uh they were still working on the pirate ship and all this stuff, so, okay, it was fun. Anyway, yeah, so I get a chance to do all this stuff, and I appreciate it, and I hope to keep doing it long. My father lived to 102, so I think I have, several
You got a
decades
couple trips to Europe in your system still, man.
What?
You got a couple more trips to Europe in your system, sounds like.
Actually, the Amalfi Coast is one of them. My wife wants to go to Scotland. I said, "Only if I can do the James Bond tour." Because they now have the James Bond tour where, was it Skyfall? Where Bond they blew up the house he lived in anyway, yeah, yeah, it was Skyfall. Um, and so they could take you around all the sites that they filmed at. Let's see, what else? Um, in Europe. Hmm. I've never been to Eastern Germany. I've never been to Berlin. Hmm, interesting.
Berlin's awesome. We hear that a lot.
Yeah. I would like to go back and do what we did the first time we went back in 72, and that was, do a Eurail pass. Just put some stuff on your back in a backpack and just hit the rails and just go get off wherever you want, go visit. Just be footloose and fancy free. We'll see.
Well, if you hit Lithuania again, you saw Vilnius. There's much more to it. So next time you come, we'll show you around again. Definitely be glad to meet up with you. I'll be up in Florida in February. Maybe we'll catch up with you then also.
Yeah. Hey, February right now looks pretty wide open, so let me know, and I can come out to Tampa just up the road, so it's like not a big deal.
Oh, yeah, there we
It's
go. We could take
closer
Count
than
out for dinner in
Lithuania.
Tampa. There
Huh?
we go. You could you take Count out to dinner in Tampa. I tell you, Ed, though, I had to stand on my
on.
tippy toes getting pictures with him over there in the streets of
I'm
Vilnius.
Actually, it's kind of funny. As you age, you do shrink.
Great.
I'm nominally 6'1", but I was noticing that I had to lower my bicycle seat a little bit because my legs don't seem to be as long as they used to.
I'm in trouble then.
Actually, I was thinking there is a place in Tampa, and oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. It's a speakeasy or a bar dungeon kind
The
of.
castle?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
castle, yes.
We did a tour of Tampa earlier this year or late last year, and we didn't get a chance to go. I'd like to see that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, it could be fun.
Ybor City, the castle. We know exactly where that is, man. Yeah, we'll definitely hit you up when I'm in town and see what you got going on. And again, Count, we've definitely, as always, you've been on the show more than anybody. We've had people on here twice. You are number 3. It's your third
Wow.
time.
Wait a second now. When do I go on salary now?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not on salary. We're in the red. We're like, you know how your old shows had no budget? We got negative budget here too.
Yeah, one of the things I said, when I was in my speech was, I said, I got myself at the Channel 20, an independent, a small independent station with a very powerful transmitter, a small but young and creative and energetic staff, and a management that seemed to be willing to let you do just about anything as long as it didn't cost anything.
That's right. That's why you're buying your own coffins back in the day.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but we definitely appreciate you, man, and we'll keep in touch definitely, and tell the wife we said hello, and again, anything you want to say on the way out, man. It's always you'll be back here again for number 4, so this is just a pause
for anyone who does celebrate Halloween. Enjoy it. Frankly, Gore always had a thing of that Halloween was a day that he took off, and the rest of the world got into what he does the rest of the year. So it seemed to be kind of for him, every other day is Halloween. We'll get into that. That was actually one of the reasons why we did that title of that movie. But anyway,
every other day is Halloween, right? On 2009.
Yeah, that was a 2009. That was a retrospective of my career up to that point. We just re-released it as a Blu-ray with another 10 years of stuff that we've done. Problem is, I don't stop. So we have to keep doing it.
Once you stop, that's when it happens, man. You got to look at Keith Richards, and we just obviously I don't know if you were ever a Kiss guy, but Ace Frehley just passed away, which to me is like me and Ed were saying, for us it's like a reality check. All of our idols are starting to go. We had Ozzy Osbourne go a couple months ago, which was another tough one for guys like me and Ed. So it's
it's kind of scary. All our contemporaries that we grew up with, that we liked and appreciated. They're falling by the wayside, and we're still standing here, and that's, I think, a good thing. So,
knock on something, knock on pine boxes. But yeah, Count, Ed, Ed, we're gonna end the show with Count too tonight, right? We're gonna end the whole show tonight with Count.
That's correct.
So we'll do our whole reading and stuff, man. And Ed, we're gonna take out Count when he comes to town.
Let's do it. I don't know if he's ready for me. I don't know if he's ready for me, but we'll see.
Don't worry, Count.
That's a challenge, Ed.
We're not too wild anymore.
Tony's neutered. He's got 2 young kids. I'm past that stage. My youngest is 19, so I'm more hardcore than Tony.
Yeah. Well, I've got a coming up on 14-year-old granddaughter. So
yeah. My wife yesterday said, I was doing something with my dog, and she's like, "You're gonna start doing that with your grandkids?" I was like, let's no grandkids. I'm not ready for that.
Unfortunately for me, I'm going to have to be a vampire to probably see my grandkids. I waited a long time. Mine are 4 and 6, my kids. So
yeah.
Well, you know what? They do happen. There are certain things that happen in your life that cause grandchildren.
Yeah, it's crazy times, times. But Count, we'll see you very soon. Hopefully in February, man. We'll have you back on soon. Enjoy your trip too, man. In December. And again, dude, we can never thank you enough. I gotta, me and Ed will thank you from when we were children. Watching you on TV to now. You're part of the Tampa Morgue family, and we definitely want to get you on in October. You're going away for pretty soon, so enjoy your trip. And dude, nothing I can say but just thanks, man.
And may all your blood be warm and your Halloween be scary.
That's right. And Ed, what can you tell the listeners? What the spiel? Ed's the Ed Webb spiel he gives every episode. Where can they find us at and all that good stuff?
Yeah, Apple, Spotify, anywhere that there's anywhere where they have podcasts, man. I'm noticing it's everywhere, which is nuts to me. I mean, it is really. YouTube, no video. Sorry, deal with it. The TampaMorgue@gmail.com for correspondence. Tony has a huge handle on the Instagram. Facebook sucks. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Count, what's your webpage again? Let's give it to him one more time on your way out of here.
Okay. Every week at Saturday, matter of fact, at about 3:00 Eastern time, I put up the weekly show, and that's countgore.com. And that stays up for a week every week. And we have both a feature film and a short film, plus a contest. And we have a couple of contributors that do essays and reviews and stuff. So that's cool. And then the Roku channel, which is available in the Roku store at Count Gore Duvall Presents. It's free, no commercials. Gosh, I give everything away. I'm a terrible businessman, but that's okay. You'll enjoy it.
Well, you've come to the right show then. We are awful also, so it works.
Okay, well, good. Well, thank you
Yes.
for letting me have the show. And again, have a great Halloween, everybody.
We'll be back next week on the Tampa Morgue. Count, we'll say goodbye to you in a second. Everybody else, thanks for listening. Peace.
See ya.
This is King Fally from Deceased, and you just listened to another episode of the Tampa Morgue. Tune in next week and stay fucking dead.